All right. I thank you for letting me know. My chat was off to the side, so I didn't see it. I was just saying that we have a lot. I have a lot. I don't know. I never know to say we or I, but there's a lot to cover. I don't feel like I feel uncomfortable saying we because like I don't want to rope anyone in that doesn't want to be roped into this. It's just like the content that I cover. So, but yeah. Anyways, I spoke so much better when my mic was off. But anyways, so I was saying that I just got right into it. No music today and all this stuff because there's so much. Russell Brand, Kevin Spacey, Blake Lively. I should have recorded this because I was saying like a little tidbit about all of them. Taylor Swift, Ryan Reynolds. What else? Oh, the content creator that's quite pro Blake or just like making it about feminism and whatever not. Did a very interesting video. Um, yay. Awesome. Um, and yeah, SNL, things like that. Oh my gosh, there's so much. There's also like a very sad video unrelated to any of this, celebrity media thing. But yeah, Andy from Popcorn Planet, how I feel like he was kind of thrown under the bus by fellow content creators. 60 Minutes Australia was 60 Minutes Australia on Russell Brand. That was a very interesting video that I found. And how does that tie in? Um, yeah, yeah, let's just get into it. Oh, and then TikTok ban. I know that's like it's a few months late, but I have thoughts because it's still kind of happening. I'm going to watch on TV from bed. Okay. Um, I appreciate that so much. Thank you so much for letting me know. But yeah, enjoy. I'll be here for quite a while covering all of this. So I'm glad I'm glad that maybe I'll be helpful with sleep. I don't know. Okay, I get very flustered apparently. That's what I'm discovering. Um Before diving into these big topics, there are a couple of things that I want to say. One, YouTube, stop with the ads. Lately, the ads, the 3 second or whatever you can skip, those have minimized. Now there's so many that you can't skip. And then also on top of that, the skipping has taken longer. It's no more 3 seconds, it's a lot longer. And I just got so infuriated, especially, today trying to catch up on things and get ready for this. I'm trying to watch these things and I don't have money to pay for premium and number of reasons. Anyways, I am not going to buy anything that you're suggesting, no matter how many times you're suggesting and it pops up on my screen. A. And B, especially if you don't let me, skip ahead. Oh, yeah. I know, like, I'm taking it out on the wrong people, maybe the brands. I don't know if the brands can control that, if they're the ones choosing that. I don't know. And also, I understand content creators make money primarily on YouTube from that, or I don't know, primarily, but they can unless they do sponsorships and things. Um, so it's kind of like what I was just watching Candace Owen talk about as far as like Russell Brand and the whole allegations and things. Hi, P, welcome. So, yeah, but I still like, I just am so over it. And the other part is, it hit me today because I overheard some news. I don't even know what it was talking about, and I don't care. But it hit me that everyone was so enthusiastic about Donald Trump coming in from a business background, like we need a CEO, et cetera, whatever. I remember, I don't know if it was this election or the previous election, that was a sentiment. And yeah, if it was last election, maybe, I wasn't in that space at that time. But at this rate, I don't know if it's just me, but who wants more corporation driven things? I don't. I'm so tired of being treated like a robot. I'm not a robot. I cannot just go, go, go for people to make millions while I'm just like working tirelessly, and they're like supposedly, oh yeah, doing very important things on the golf course, talking, making relations. Okay. And somehow, because they're like making, they got their, they're just the lucky ones, or they did the hard work of being born into into a family with someone that has had that background or whatever. And that's not all of them. That's not all CEOs. That's not all presidents of companies or founders of companies, owners, etc. I'm just saying, like, the last thing I want is for more corporation. I'm networked with someone recently that did a stint, I think I mentioned this, did a stint in the corporate world, and they were like, nope, I want back into government because this is just like no one's a family. Everyone talks, oh, we're a family here. And we both bonded of like, what, a dysfunctional family? No, thank you. Because every corporation, whether small, big, whatever, everyone says we're family. They're not. There is no team. There's only group thinking, not team thinking. There's no teamwork. It's only group work. And yeah, it's just, yeah. Some people are lucky. I'm not saying they're not exceptions because I'm the queen of like, oh, but with exceptions. I'm just saying that the last thing I want is for the government to be a company. And that's kind of what we're seeing. There's also in companies a lack of understanding of humanity and of how like humans work and how humanity works and how society works. And I think it was maybe something with, oh yeah, this whole thing of like, Asia doesn't want our rice, and Germany and Japan don't want our cars, but we are importing their cars. And I'm like, so your resolve to, we do crap stuff. First of all, rice, and I have pulled that up, it's not an American crop. So let's move on from that one. That's like just absurd. But with cars, just because they're doing it better because they have higher standards, and yeah, they're supposed to import our cars just because we want them to, just because we're like taxing them or whatever, or like, like, oh, we'll take you away the love. I mean, this is actually narcissistic abuse. Oh, I'm taking away attention, I'm taking away love, I'm taking away affection, I'm taking away, you know food or whatever, so you do exactly what I want you to do because it helps me. No. But I think it's just ridiculous, the whole like rice from Asia and cars from Japan and Germany and whatnot. I'm like, oh my gosh, this is. Do you hear yourself? At least like, there's so many other things that he could have said that made sense. There's things that, aren't specifically better in other countries. That's what. Anyways, but yeah, so that's why I think I started thinking about that, like, oh my gosh, because corporations only care about money. That's all they care about. They do not care about how actually it works, how you actually make money indefinitely, like long term. It's more about like right now, right now. And also, I think there's like this idea of, if we don't, like, if something happens after we're gone from that company or gone from this planet, then oh well, too bad when it comes to that. Anyways, the other thing that I have on here before, I did my 90-day fiance live yesterday, and of course it was like crickets. Maria, one of the Marias, I think, was there, but I didn't know because I can't see who is here. I can see maybe like the number of people, but I can't see you guys unless it's on chat. So I appreciate that. I appreciate anyone who watched that live. I know it's going to be kind of like an uphill battle, getting into that market on YouTube, but it's something that I'm actually really passionate about. So yeah, and I've watched it for so long. And with that, it made me also kind of look at it and ponder it, because someone was saying recently how oh yeah. Maybe I'll get to that. Maybe I'll get to it now. Taylor Lorenz. I don't even know where I put this. Where did I put this? I have no idea where I put this part of my thoughts. But anyways, so I finally watched some of her videos, and she's by far not the most triggering for me, at least, and the videos that I watched, which I tried to watch just the Blake Lively ones. And I found another content creator through her that I haven't honestly watched that much because I went back to this other content creator, Ophie Dokie, who was the only one that I found a few weeks ago when I was trying to find pro Blake or Blake supporter content creators. And I couldn't get through her videos. But today I got through one of her videos, and I think she has some interesting points and some like good receipts for what she's saying, or mostly saying. Yeah, at the end she went off the path and it didn't make sense, but besides that. But yeah, I was watching Taylor Lorenz. Cannot believe I don't know where I put that topic. And I think it was her. Yeah, it was one of the videos where she was talking about content creators, obviously. And also I discovered I didn't know anything about this person until the whole Donna and Dave feud, if we want to call it that. And she also wrote for the New York Times. um what is interesting is that I find it interesting, the women that are either in a controversy or fired from major places like Megyn Kelly, Candace Owens, um, or her apparently, or just leave for whatever conflict, whatever. That they're all kind of the same, and maybe not. Maybe it's just those are the loudest voices, but they're all the same in like that causing drama or like causing hatred or like that kind of hate vibe. Anyways, I don't find that she has that as much as some other people do, but um either way. But she was talking about content creators like, oh yeah, like they are just talking about Blake Lively, getting on this content piece because that's like what's big now, and they're just like trying to follow the audience, and once this is gone, like it will be, or they lose interest, they'll search for the next thing. And I'm like, what are you doing? And but it was interesting, like I don't know, I wasn't triggered by that. I was just like, this doesn't make sense. That's exactly what you're doing, and everyone, not just content creators, but everyone in the news media, period, or anything. So, yeah, as far as my 90-day fiance, like, tie into that, that is something that I'm like trying to find an audience in because I really like it. And yeah, I did think a lot about that myself, like, oh, like, is this in disingenuous of me because I got on the Blake Lively and Justin Baldoni thing. Also, I got in on it for Justin Baldoni and talking about him more and his side of things, and now we're talking only about Blake Lively. um and yeah, so, and I felt uncomfortable, at one point, like, okay, this is just turning into like gossip or like, just witch hunting sort of, in some ways. And I need to kind of sift through and be more discerning of what I do talk about that's aligned with who I am and what I want to be and put out there and what I want this world to have more of. And it's not like perfect. I'm not saying, this is the thing, I'm not going to be like, you know, what Russell Brand is kind of advocate, or not advocates, but presents himself to be, like just this one track person, one track mind, and like a savior and whatever. Um, yeah, like he presents himself as the savior from capitalism, or at least that was what he was trying to save people from at one point. I don't know what's now because I haven't watched this stuff in a while. And I'm not saying that's not, valid. But yeah, I don't really jive with that kind of mentality in general. So yeah, but yeah, 90 Day Fiance is I don't know, it feels weird to kind of like dive into something so different, but again, it's very genuine interest that I've had off screen, off YouTube for so long. So, yeah. Then the last piece before getting into like the bigger chunks, bigger like chunk stories is SNL. Did anyone watch SNL? I didn't. I watched honestly just the weekend update part of this last episode or this week, and then the one with that girl from Honora. Um, I watched, I don't know, like half of it, like up to the weekend update, and then I'm like, oh yeah, I wonder what they said this week. And I want Miss Eggy back. If you haven't seen it, you probably don't know, and I think I'm getting her name right. I don't know, but she was. I don't know who she was supposed to be, but basically, she did like a stand-up bit, sort of. I don't think it was like the full thing was funny. Like people were laughing, and I didn't laugh that much. I was like, what? But the parts that I did laugh, I'm like, this needs to be refined, and this is gold. This is awesome. My favorite part was because she was supposed to, or she thought like, oh, no one at these like correspondence dinner roasts or whatever, no one roasts the food or something like that. And so her line was, saw you got jicama on the menu, more like jicama another man with another excuse. And I'm like, that one was like the best one. That one was awesome. And then there was another bit that I couldn't hear the audience what they said, and because it was a call and response sort of, but they were cracking up. They're like just so shocked that I guess maybe the audience just naturally got the answer right. Like they weren't, prompted to a certain answer, but I couldn't understand what the answer was. So I'm like, I guess that's funny. I wish I would have understood what was being said by the audience, but okay. So I want her back. I want her back every week or every other week. I don't know. It's weird that they don't do a show every week. I hate that. It makes me lose focus and like return, because I'm like, is it going to be a rerun of something or is it going to be a new one? Anyways, all right. So, oh boy, so many topics, and so many topics. Where to start? Should we start with Blake Lively or Russell Brand? Those are like the biggest ones. I'll start with Russell Brand because I think I'll leave Blake Lively honestly towards the end because it's a lot. There's a lot of subtopics to that one. Although this one kind of is too. Anyways, so also, by the way, still watching Will Trent, and I still love it. I don't know. There's something about like an amazing actor and just moments. But the last couple of episodes that I watched were a little too dramatic and too much for me. I didn't enjoy it. There was one where, and too like psychedelic-y. If you watched it, you probably know what episodes those were. All right, so Russell Brand. Oh, Russell Brand. Actually, I have quite a few subtopics on this one too. So the charges, let me bring up all this stuff.
Please.
Oh my gosh. All of these ads. I don't know if it's because I've been so incredibly tired in the past, since Friday. Friday, I was falling asleep until I got on the live, and then I couldn't sleep. And I couldn't sleep in good time on Saturday either. So I was tired Sunday going to Zumba. And Zumba, maybe because I was tired, was not that fun. And sorry, I'm pulling up all the things to be like just go, 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 go. All right. Did I ask a question? I think I asked the question. Sorry. I will say that through all of this stuff, oh, there's like that one. Through all of this stuff, I don't know if I'll change my mind on this or correct myself on this, but I kind of like Piers Morgan. Is it? Yeah, Piers Morgan. I was like, I got the name wrong. I feel like he's asking really good questions. Like I said, I was watching the Kevin Spacey interview. I watched Army Hammer interview. And I watched the Meghan Markle, Meghan Sussex, Duchess Meghan, whatever kind of controversy at that time, and also a little bit now. And I watched, and I'll get to this one. It's not going to be the first thing that I'll play, but I watched this as well. And I think he's a good journalist. Could he be a good journalist? Like, do they still exist? Sometimes I don't feel like they do. My thumbnail basically says, we are all, basically, it does say, basically, we are all biased. Like, we all are speaking from our biased points of view. All of us, every single person. And even a good journalist and someone that would be neutral would also have their own bias and so forth. So, um, but yeah, could it be that he's one of the few that actually does a lot of the work and also doesn't drop questions that are hard to ask and doesn't let their interviewee, just escape with a half answer or something and just catches them on it? I don't know, but it seems so far that that's what I've seen. So the charges are, and I love how people say one word of this and not the other. Like they say SA, but then they say the full other, the grape word. And I'm like, I don't think YouTube, I think both are wrong on YouTube if you want to go that far. But I'm still very also kind of not understanding, you're showing things or you're like saying things, these words. I still don't know. I've not gotten any like, is it dings or something on my videos for it for saying these words. So I don't know. But anyways, so I was watching something. I think maybe Candace Owens on this, and apparently the original four women or so that were a year ago that came to the press or something a year ago are not the ones included in this. This was like after that investigation, and it did take 1 year to investigate. The police took a whole year or, close to it to investigate. So, yeah, Russell Brand has been charged with these things. What? Hold on. Hold on. Just when I got into it. Oh my gosh. I forgot to link the camera. Hold on. All right. I don't know. All right. Cool. So that happened. All right. Whew. I'm like really hot. There's like a kind of a little, not snowstorm, but almost. And I guess yeah, it's not that hot. Okay, anyways. The heat is obviously going a little more. All right, so he's been charged with these things between 1999 and 2005 or 2004, I thought, but I guess 2005. This is BBC. The charges relate to four separate women. Brand has been so that's not what Candace was saying. Brand has been interviewed multiple times by police since an investigation by the Sunday Times, the Times, and Channel 4's dispatches in September 2023, so more than a year, revealed multiple serious allegations against him. In this new video he posted on X, he said, what I never was this. I've never engaged in consensual activity. And I think it was Pierce in this clip that I have coming up saying, which I said too, like, well, how would he know if he indeed was So addicted to substances and to these activities and just attention and affection. And even if he was just drunk, how would he know that it was truly consensual? And then I also said, back then, especially, how would you know? And I think that a lot of men would be surprised that the consensual activities they engaged in might not have all been consensual like they thought. Because um, even though, yes, women and men were always free to say no, I think the understanding of that and the fear of that changed, or the lack of changed over the years because of the Me Too movement. There's a lot more understanding of what no could be, or that you truly could say that. Um, I've been in situations that felt uncomfortable to say no, and you like kind of do the whole math, and sometimes like you're like, I don't know, I can't even do this equation properly. And um like, as far as like being in danger if you say no, or, and I'm not talking about necessarily physical danger, but yeah, sometimes. So there's just so much that goes through your mind. And yeah, so I don't know, I pulled up the text messages also that are kind of incriminating, um and part of this, I think part of it. He added, I'm going to have the opportunity to defend these charges in court, and I'm incredibly grateful for that. BBC did a really nice job to, they did a service to him instead of disservice, because he said a lot of crap in that video. But these were the things that he should have stuck to. That's all he should have said, but it's not on brand for him. It'll never get old through this. In a short statement, the Metropolitan Police said it had written to Brand to inform him that he was being charged with one allegation, uh, or these three allegations, which I felt like, I hate to say, like, is that all? You know, like I feel like it's so small. I don't know. The force said it is alleged, like, in over a year of investigating just these. Maybe these were the ones that wanted to press charges or so forth, though. In 1999, a woman from Bournemouth, or in Bournemouth, which I went to Bournemouth. I was there for a while, and I love that area. So I'm like, the first thing, that was the first one he wanted to talk about, BBC. You know, because the world revolves around me, of course not. In 2001, another woman in Westminster area of London. In 2004, another one in that same area. In 2004 and 5, another one in that same area. I'm guessing he's around that area. Um, so May 2nd is when he's told to appear. But he's in the US. I mean, but that doesn't, he can't fly out. Come on, this is Russell Brand. In these situations where a suspect may be overseas, prosecutors seek to agree the defendant's return. If there's no cooperation from a suspect, authorities then consider seeking extradition. But he already said, and I don't know who can hold him to it, but we'll try. If not, that he looks forward to defending himself in court. So, should be there. In February, a civil case for personal injury was lodged, and SA was lodged against Brand at the High Court in London by an anonymous woman referred to in court documents as AGX. So yeah, anyways. So this is the response. I don't really want to play it again. We watched it with Andy's video on Friday, but I had it here just in case. And then I guess just these. So I don't remember exactly, because there's so many stories right now for me, but I don't know if this is one of the women or another woman, or I don't know where this is going. But these texts were part of this whole thing. Um, So it's Russell saying, I'm sorry, that was crazy and selfish. I hope you can forgive me. I know that you're a lovely person. X, kiss, or whatever. And then this person, Nadia, was saying, you scared the crap out of me. It looks like a puzzle piece, like the puzzle piece emoji, the way that they did this. You're right. I am a lovely person. And for you to take advantage of me like this is unacceptable. Unexpectable. Sorry. Well, both. You have a problem, you need help. It's dangerous that you think you can get your own way all the time. Do you know how scary you are when that glazed look comes over you? When a girl says no, it means no. Do you have to go and do I have to go to get myself tested? Last time you asked me condom or no condom. When I say condom, that doesn't mean it's optional. You don't have the best reputation. I pride myself on being. You mean pride. Oh, autocorrect. Never fail us. Never fail us. We have to read something very serious. I pride myself to on being safe and trying to make the right decisions. Obviously, this was a bad one. I'm so disappointed. Then Russell says, I'm very sorry. You don't need to get tested. I will make this up to you somehow with live and kindness, with love and kindness. Not my original idea, which was more schmecks. You've been lovely to me and I'm embarrassed by my behavior. Sorry. Kiss. Will you ever forgive me? Not the best text messages. I mean, for this, not the best ones. It's going to be very interesting. It's going to be very interesting. And this reminds me, and I wasn't just like, I wasn't, part of the whole media part of Army Hammer. Those were some text messages that, I mean, I think there were even worse than this. I actually haven't read them. I think I saw some either like on that Piers Morgan interview with him or like somewhere else. Um, but yeah, like I don't know. I don't know what to say about this. It's just not looking great, but it's also not the most damning piece of information because it's yeah, he's not being very sensitive to her, but it seems also kind of consensual. So I don't know. This will be interesting. I mean, part of it seems consensual. And then she says it wasn't. And then he's just kind of glossing over it. And I don't know. It's not looking good. Okay. So then there's, and before the Australian thing, or no, let's go to the Australian interview. So this reporter, I think this was 3 years ago, and I think she was describing her experience from like longer ago after that. Let me pulls out a crystal. It's really hard with him to tell between jokes. And one of the things that she says is like, he is such a performer. Like, he is on all the time when he's in front of you. And she thinks that he probably gets home and is exhausted because he has had to like just perform every time that he's in the public. And I think that's very nice of her. Not everyone gets exhausted from that. Some people actually get energized from that. So, and it seems like he does, but we don't know that much. Um, but there's this part where B-roll.
I've been in a lot of trouble.
The worst driver.
I keep getting in trouble. The police keep getting involved in my driving. It's not good.
Ridiculous Russell took the wheel. And Russell can't drive very well, it turns out. And then Russell declared that he was going to take me on a unauthorised trip around the lot. Russell, you are a naughty boy.
Oh, yeah, I am. It's take you, but what happens if you drive through it?
Crazy Russell started crashing into sets.
You're not going to be in here. I got this TV programming. Sorry. Hello. Ooh, we're stuck, Liz. We're stuck on a set of a show that we don't even know what the show is.
I want you to know.
It reminds me of that kind of behavior where you feel like, where it is said that some people feel like this thrill or this right to cross boundaries and cross laws and disregard all of that and just like that's so tempting. And it's not always like a pathology. I mean, I guess technically it's always a pathology, but it's not always like a personality disorder or anything like that. But it reminds me of
I was
that.
abducted by Russell Brand. You seem to be a little naughty boy from the beginning.
You said that in a flirtatious way.
I did. What was it, do you think? I mean, there was just something rebellious inside of you, or?
I don't trust authority. In my experience, authority figures have been unreliable. So for me, when people are saying don't do something, I sort of think, well, why? I sort of question authority figures.
Which it was very cool to see actually him saying this so early on and how he's not let go of that. How in all of the work that he's done on himself, he's not still questioned that. He's questioning authority still in a way that's perhaps to the extreme. That might be a subjective call for each person to make. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like I am not an authority person. I'm not. I do not. I will not just do something just because someone in or not in authority tells me to. I do want to know why. So I can relate to that, but I also don't have the extreme response to it where I'll like, just do things that are unlawful or frowned upon or whatever just to like find out. Like he is definitely a lot. I don't know.
You still have that?
Yes.
He understands entertainment. He's a comedian. Russell's a performer. So in my opinion, Russell, there are many Russells, and I think the at-home Russell is probably exhausted. I reckon Russell's put so much energy into shocking me that he's now had to go home and have a lie down with a cup of tea.
She is so nice. I feel like she is giving him like not giving him something, but like she's painting him. She's projecting onto him what she is kind of, which is really nice of her, and it's a nice sentiment. But again, I don't think that after so many years of him like being on our screens in so many different ways, and now not just with these allegations and charges, but just everything that he himself has written about, I don't see that. I don't see that. But yeah, anyways.
What's going to go here?
This was like the
Liz,
hard
that's
one.
your fault. Because you took your eye off the road because things was getting a bit fruity out there. All right, Liz, goodbye.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, it's been really a wonderful sleep.
They're naughty, Russell. End of the day. Do I have to tell you?
See you later, Liz.
Russell.
All right, take care. Russell, how can I do your bra just like this? Liz, I love you.
No, Russell's a performer.
Talk about SH allegations that could be made at work. I feel like the people, these reporters that interact with celebrities, you never know what you'll get. You don't never know what a celebrity will do or how they are and all the stuff. I feel like it's a very hard job in that sense, because I don't know that anyone should have to go to work always either like pushing down that this is a problem, that this is, having your literal personal space boundaries crossed and your like physical body boundaries crossed. That always being a possibility just in the name of like show. I think that's like a really hard one to. I don't know that has been addressed enough. I have not heard that being addressed enough. So and they have to, kind of like Jersey Flaw. It wasn't this type of things, but like she has spoken a lot about how like you don't question or challenge the celebrity. You just are there and you just go with it as best as you can. You just like, yeah, what are you going to do? You're nobody and they're everything. So yeah. I don't know. It's hard. It's hard. And yeah, this doesn't make him look very good. I mean, this is just one of many, many things. I've seen, I think even like a year ago or whenever the charges came up in the news, I remember seeing like throwback videos to him being on late night shows and doing inappropriate things and just blah, 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 blah. I actually like seeing that was like a visceral reaction for me, seeing how he engaged with her physically, how he like, did that. I've experienced that. It wasn't in this kind of context, but it's still like, talk about consent. Like, how are you even going to? You don't even have time to give consent. She didn't have time to give consent to that. And I remember in my experience, like, again, it was not in this kind of circumstance. And I went with it, along with it because of the circumstance that I was in. And um, not feeling um, safe, not like as far as like bodily harm or anything like that, but I didn't feel safe to say no. I didn't feel like, I also question like, maybe I'm just like, I'm sure they're like a good person, or like I know they're a good person. Like, this is just like, maybe they're just awkward, maybe they're just, uncomfortable or whatever. There's so many things that kind of go through your mind. So um yeah, but that was hard to watch for me. Like, I literally felt it in my own body because I've been there. And but this was even worse because she didn't know this person. She didn't know Russell Brand. They didn't know each other. They didn't have any kind of, you know, personal relationship outside. She's a reporter and he's a celebrity, and they're doing this interview and spend some time. I'm guessing that was like after the initial sit down interview. And I'm not guessing. I think that's what she was saying. That's why I'm guessing it. Anyways, but that's not a lot to develop that kind of like, okay, it's okay for you to cross this boundary with me, and you could see her face and everything. So yeah, that was uncomfortable to watch. So things like that will come up, and just like things with Blake Lively and Justin Baldoni on the other side, like things will come up that do not help his case. And I wonder how much will be as far as like the character of Russell, not the character, but his character as a person. Um, how, and also like I think Candace has a good point in asking. I think she was actually also fair. I was surprised that she was, maybe because it was like more personal, but I don't know. She was not on his side and not against him. And she specifically said that she has a, personal bias because she met her husband because I think she was on Russell's podcast or vice versa. And then she was running late for something, and that's how she met her now husband and the love of her life. So they've kind of remained friendly or friends. So she expressed that. But she was really arguing both sides in a way that I don't feel like I've seen many of her like videos that I've seen do, and many of the videos that I see any of us content creators do, where you're able to really hold both sides, you know. So that was like kind of cool. I don't know if I have it. No, I don't have it at any of that. Um, but yeah, what she did mention was how how do we determine at the end of the day the statute of limitations? Because and this is where I'm saying like she argued both sides, because on one hand, how is anyone supposed to remember or defend against something that happened 26 years ago, which is crazy that was 26 years ago, 1999, I think. She was like focusing on the earliest. And on the other hand, and then also that you would expect that someone would come forth at least a little earlier than 26 or 25 years before. Um, and then, which I think are very valid points to ask. But again, it's like changing of society where you feel like, oh, yeah, but there was the Me Too. Why didn't this happen during that time? Where people felt a lot more safe, and there was a lot more support for people coming out. And I'm not saying this makes them liars, these women. I'm saying that, I'm not even saying it's suspicious in that terms. I'm kind of just thinking as far as like the bigger conversation. And then the other side of it is, um, you know, just because something happened so many years ago, but it happened, if it did happen, are the people that, maybe didn't feel comfortable or didn't feel safe or whatever to speak up before now, or the person that did that, are they just supposed to like get away with it, or like, not get any kind of consequence because it was so long ago, and because maybe they've changed? And she didn't have an answer, and I think she had like, I think she said it better. I don't know if I'm saying all her points, and I don't have an answer either. I think what she ended up saying is like, it's messy, it's complicated, it's nuanced, it's, I don't know that there's a right answer. Yeah. So, what do you think? Let me know in the chat or in the comments. Um, yeah, I don't know. It's messy, but I do think, sorry, that to wait 26 years is quite a long time. The other part, so okay, sorry, I had more parts here. Let's cover that. Um, I will say that um I also am questioning the timing. I like that Candace Owens and other people have said, okay, who is Russell Brand? He's not that big. He's not challenging the mainstream media and the governments and all that. He's not that powerful. So it's not that they're out to get him because he's that powerful. It could be at the same time. You could argue, well, no, he's not that powerful, but they're like trying to go for like the low hanging fruit or whatever because he's so like such an easy target. But I think I don't know who it was. It wasn't Candace because I just saw this today. This was like over the weekend, but someone mentioned, you have people like, I think they mentioned Tucker Carlson and Joe Rogan. I don't know anything about those people. Sorry. I know of them. I know they're controversial, but I don't know like any of the allegations, if any, or because I'm guessing they are similar, and because they were saying they're still on the air. Um, I think it was Andy actually in his like a year ago video with Russell Brand, or about Russell Brand, and saying that like these people are still like on YouTube, they're still like there, they're still thriving, and they're maybe even bigger threats to mainstream whatever. And I mean, I think wasn't it Joe Rogan that had Donald Trump on, and so I don't know that is the same thing. But yeah. Um I still don't think that Russell Brand is that like powerful that he needs to be taken down now, and this is coming out and in this way. I think it's more organic. Something is happening just organically. Um but there, that is a question, a good question, as far as like why now after so long. Um And I think this was mentioned, I think, in the Kevin Spacey thing, like interview, by Pierce Morgan, Pierce Brosnan, the best James Bond, the most fitted James Bond, I think. Like, if he's supposed to be like a smooth talker and like, this very hard, not heartthrob, but like, yeah, charming person, I've not seen other ones that were as charming as Pierce Brosnan, but digressing completely. But yeah, so he was talking about, I think Pierce Morgan, that, like, isn't it like, how do we think about, or what should we think about victims or alleged victims that go straight to the media and don't go to the police? And I don't know in this case how it was, but so I think that was more like the Kevin Spacey of it all. They went straight to the media instead of going to the police. Like, there was no, they didn't go first to the police and then to the media. They just kind of did it the other way or something. And isn't that kind of like easy to question their motives as a result? So um, that's a good point. That's a good point. I don't know for sure if these people. It seems like they went to the police first, but again, I don't know. More to come. And then yeah, I agreed with Andy that it was a deflection, the whole thing, like, just starting off. I mean, everything in Russell Brand's video with the straw hat, everything was, his first video was better than this one, let's say. Everything was what you should not do if you're accused of something. I mean, not legally, it's not a bad thing. He didn't say anything to incriminate himself, but as far as like the media, if you're needing to speak to the media or, whatever, um, bringing up like, oh, I'm just a victim of this witch hunt that mainstream media, I'm just like challenging the wrong people and all this stuff. Although that could be true, or that could be true in some other areas, no, just shut up about that, because that just makes you look guilty. And then the other thing was, yeah, with religion. Yeah, like suddenly praise Jesus and stuff. No. Again, it's like, I think of how Blake Lively roped women victims. Like, see, like, you've had this happen to you. Be on my side. That's like that's what, like, I feel Russell Brand did with God, like, or Jesus. Like, oh yeah, like, Jesus. The next thing he might say is like, Jesus was crucified because he was, saying the truth, and people didn't like that, and people in power did not like that. He might have already said that, honestly. So yeah, huge deflection on that, not addressing things directly, etc., etc. Covered that. Yeah, the fact that the police took like over a year to investigate, that sounds really good. Oh, and then the whole Katy Perry thing. I was watching, I forget his name, but he was, of course, clickbaiting. Not even clickbait, because it wasn't in his like title or thumbnail, but Perez Hilton, there you go. But the first thing that he said was something like, what did, or maybe it was in his, I don't know, what did Katy Perry, how did she respond to all of this? And it was actually Russell Brand talking about Katy Perry. I'm like, you just lied to us. You were saying that something happened, and then you're just pretending like, no, that's not what you said. And you said this other thing. Anyways, but yeah, he had the same good point as far as like, don't have this be like I think it was him. No, it was Piers Morgan, but him too. Everyone's kind of saying the same thing as far as like, don't, you are not that big. You are not that important for this to be just, people trying to take you down and off the air because you are threatening to them. You are a threat to them. And Andy in the video, and I haven't really gotten to that point of it, but in the video that he made a year ago was saying that, oh gosh, what was he saying? What was I talking about? Sorry, I'm just like, I was like on a roll, and then I'm like, oh, deer in headlights. My brain did. Yeah, I just said it like that. Um, gosh darn it, I don't remember. I don't know. Whatever. Sorry. But something about being a victim of like a witch hunt or something. That was where I started. I don't know where I was going, but yeah, that he's not that big, and like who, I don't know. Sorry. Moving on. And so Perez Hilton brought up Katy Perry and all of this, and I'm pretty sure she does not want to be brought up into this. She does not want to be roped into this. She did cross my mind. I'm like, well, she dodged that bullet. Who knows? Apparently, Perez Hilton was saying that in some other interview, she was saying that she found out some things that basically let her know that it was him, not her. But I think that alone, just the way that he did it, Perez Hilton remembers it through text. I, for some reason, remember that she found out about the divorce through the media because it was like a story published or like a tweet that he did or something. Which is like, what's his name? And Rachel Kirkconnell, Matt James and Rachel Kirkconnell. Oh, I mean, it wasn't quite like that. They actually did break up in person, and then, but yeah, it was in her documentary around that time. Um, but yeah, not very relevant. And again, very sure she does not want to be roped into it. So that will be, unless she makes a statement or anything, that will hopefully be it as far as that. There's also his current wife that is probably a lot more affected, and they have, I guess, like, is it 3 kids and 1 on the way, or 4 kids, 1 recent? I don't know. And that's honestly very tough, very tough. That's the hard part, is like something that happened that you did so long ago, someone's almost a lifetime ago. His children are not even that old. To suddenly get into your life, oh gosh, it's so complicated. It's such a complicated thing to begin answering. Like, what is the right thing to do, and what makes sense to do. So yeah, we'll see how it goes. Gosh, I'm so bummed now about the Pierce Moore, or not the Pierce Moore, the Andy from Popcorn Planet, the tie-in with oh well, no, sorry. But speaking of Andy, and then this is also a good segue into the other men out there. There seems to be, I don't know, it's an interesting time right now. Anyways, he did a previous video. Oh, did I play? I didn't play. Hold on. Let me pull this one up. Okay. Oh.
And it takes it to where I've wanted this to go, which is legal due process. Yep. We're now going to have a proper police investigation. But what still concerns me about the story,
I remembered because he said that. Andy was saying that even though like he had some personal, not experience, but a personal tie to the story or whatever, like this was a year ago. He does not believe that Russell's channel on YouTube is right without the due process, without him having been found guilty of anything, just on pure allegations. And it's very similar to, Justin Baldoni, Kevin Spacey, Armie Hammer. And it's interesting because I see both. What's happening is like there is this tendency to not believe women, or there used to be more than now, or wherever you stand. It is there still, and it was there for sure before, especially with like high power, high celebrity men. And then on the other side of things, they are also just so quickly demonetized and fired and all this stuff as far as like the media companies. So it's like very weird dynamic because both are happening at the same exact time in the same exact, year, literally the same exact time. So yeah, it's weird. It's weird. I also do not believe that anyone should be fired or let go unless it's something that is so, like, the proof that has come up is so, like, 100% sure, which, I think you still need to go through the trial process. But I don't know. I feel like there has to be some exception, but I think it's really dangerous to fire or demonetize or whatever anyone because of allegations, because allegations can be false. And yeah. Um, yeah, I'll just get more to the Andy part after. But yeah, continuing with Pierce here.
Story is what is going on off the back of the original investigation, which is this sort of huge concerted effort to cancel Russell Brand, who is now doing exactly what I knew he would do. He's exploiting that to say, look, it's all a witch hunt. They're all trying to shut me down. Let's take a little look at his clip on Rumble today.
Plainly, this is a story that is much bigger than me. Plainly, the Trusted News Initiative has an agenda, an explicit agenda to throttle and choke independent media.
Happily did a 2-hour rant today with all sorts of conspiracy-fueled stuff, his normal sort of shtick. What do you feel about the way he's behaving in light of these allegations? There's no apology. There's no clarification. There's just this ongoing, no, it's all a witch hunt. And also the way the world is responding to these allegations.
Yeah, well, I saw this coming because this is why I said originally.
Sorry to interrupt again. It reminds me of Blake. What Russell Brand and Blake have in common is what Pierce just said. There's no, hey, here's some proof. Hey, here's anything that shows I'm innocent, or I'll tell you, personally, like, yeah, I wasn't even there when this happened or whatever. There's just like, believe me, and they're out to get me, and this is a witch hunt, because, it's all about like women not being believed, and it's all about independent thinkers, free independent thinkers, which I would argue that it's not exactly what is happening with Russell, because there's a whole agenda for him to have people think like him. So it's, potato on that one. But yeah, so they're out to get me, the mainstream media and those who like want to brainwash you, because I'm not trying to brainwash you. They're out to get me. They're both kind of saying the same and doing the same thing, where, anyone who's like, oh, should I believe the man or the woman? This is, I feel like, a great example of these are a man and a woman. I mean, a woman and a man, because I was saying the examples in that order, who are quite similar, at least in this aspect. They're not doing the same things, although there's some really graphic stuff that Blake has been shown on camera to do and improvise. But, they're accused for different things, or Blake technically wasn't accused of anything. She's accusing, the man. But that's the thing. Like, it's not a gender thing. This is a great, like, opportunity to talk about that is what I'm saying. But back to this.
These women should have gone to the police, because now we live in an era when someone is being attacked like this, it's automatically a conspiracy. And I just think there's nothing that particularly special about Russell Brand. He's not an intellectual luminary for the likes of CNN or any of these massive media corporations to be scared of. The reality is he has been accused of something very serious, and the law should play out. The reality is, at the end of the day, he's going to keep going and saying that this is a conspiracy against him, because like he says, he's maintaining his innocence. So if he's innocent, he's not going to apologize.
Grace, what we have now is you see a trend. Donald Trump sort of started this, really. Boris Johnson has done a bit of it too, where regardless of the allegation or its seriousness, you simply say it's a witch hunt. You simply say it's mainstream legacy media combining with big tech, combining with government, and I'm a victim here. So this kind of turning the thing on its head.
Which is so like interesting. That's their argument because mainstream media is the one that can be bought and is consistently bought. So it's really a funny argument. Really funny argument for people like Donald Trump, who has a lot of money, not so much Russell Brand, who also I think has a lot of money and, has his own thing. But I would say that Russell Brand is a little less powerful. I would say, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. But it's an interesting whatever you call it argument. Um, anyway, so that's kind of the part that I wanted to show from that. I think again, this is, I don't know, it's just refreshing to see, and this was from a year ago, but it's refreshing to see when people are able to be really journalistic, fair. Maybe neutral is not the word, but kind of calling it like it is. Like Pierce was saying, like I think due process needs to happen. I don't think things should be out of control before that happens. But these are serious allegations. She was saying that. The other reporter, I forget her name. I've seen her before. Esther Krauke. She was saying that part, but they were kind of in the accordance. They were saying that this whole like it's a witch hunt is no, it's that's not disproving allegations. That's just diverting attention. Kind of coming towards the end of this particular topic, I was watching, like I said, Andy, his videos. The latest video, I went and watched the whole thing from Friday, and then the original one that was like mostly around, well, not mostly around actually, but it was, I think, titled, or the first thing that came on was Rose McGowan talking about this, and I thought that was like an actually, she was saying pretty much the same thing that they just said, which is, there should be an investigation. There shouldn't be just a immediate firing or consequence for something that hasn't exactly been proven, which was controversial because she was, I think, like one of the big like Me Too starters or something. Starters, like she's, sourdough bread or something. I don't know why I said it that way. Gosh, I don't know if I can pull that up really fast. Oh, then there was this, oh yeah, Megyn Kelly and her video. She got definitely heated by that. And I'll play Andy's video from that side.
So let's start with this Megyn Kelly clip. She was upset. This was sort of, I think a lot of people were surprised, expecting Megyn Kelly to
crisis center the day of the alleged encounter, plus apologetic, begging for forgiveness text from Russell Brand. Could you please, for a second, stay open-minded to the possibility that the women are telling the truth? We don't need to so overcorrect from the Me Too movement that every woman gets completely disregarded and called a liar when she finds the guts to come forward and make an allegation. They may be telling the truth.
I don't understand her energy. Maybe I have been under a very big rock, because even though I think that still is happening, I don't feel like it happens to this level that she's experiencing. But it also makes me think, especially watching it now, it makes me think of the world that she is a part of. And I would understand why perhaps like that world was like these women, especially because like that world also kind of questions the mainstream media and all that stuff. So yeah, this was definitely, she got really triggered and heated a lot. Yeah. And it just was kind of surprising. It was shocking. It also made me think of how then I was a little bit more understanding of the people who really hold on, like on a death grip for Blake Lively to be, well, not vindicated, because Justin Baldoni needs to be vindicated, but for Blake Lively to be right and to be the victim, excuse me, because they might be a part of that world as well, and that's maybe what they constantly hear, and they feel like the women are never believed, and the men get away with it, and men in power get away with it, or just men in general, and all this stuff. um and yeah, I don't know, it just made me a little bit more like aware of that, even though I didn't think that wasn't happening anymore, that women were completely believed. I wasn't under that impression either, but um yeah, I don't know what to say about that. But this Rose McGowan thing, and I think it's in the same video. Yeah, it's over here.
The pendulum swinging too hard. And I don't disagree with her. It is scary. Now, here's the other side of the coin. More interestingly, now Rose McGowan was a huge figure in the Me Too movement and with taking down Harvey Weinstein.
Before
and now she's out there, she's responding, and she's frustrated. Now, she's not defending Russell per se, but she is expressing more like, well, who's really doing
Guardian and the other news outlets is part of a concerted effort to turn the public in general against anybody who comes out. And one of the reasons and ways they're doing this is a concerted effort to bend journalistic rules that have always been in place, such as having to be on the record with who you are and what your name is in order to accuse. I didn't make these rules. These are the rules. They were the rules.
And then Andy also kind of goes to say after that, that's technically not a law or not a rule. And yeah, there are a lot of anonymous victims that come forward to that point. But moving on.
So there's something very strange going on when these rules are being bent. I don't know if he's guilty. I don't know if he's innocent. That's not what this is about. This is about driving us further apart, and mainstream media and media outlets protecting people on a higher up level from true consequence, from what they're really doing and what they're really getting away with. And the real losers in this are actual victims.
So her point was that Russell Brand, whether or not these allegations are real, and we need to find that out, but that either way, this is a scapegoat kind of mission, that he's being scapegoated because of questioning mainstream media. And the point that kind of jumped into my mind at this point, and I do have this as a topic later on, but the whole TikTok thing, the whole ban against TikTok was, and not just in the US, the whole idea was, like, it's propaganda from Russia and from China and wherever you are, depends which one is doing the propaganda. And isn't it interesting? Because when she was saying, she keeps this whole like mainstream media and legacy media and whatever, it's like, which one is it? Is it, I mean, she didn't say both. I'm just saying that the constant messages, they're brainwashing us, and then TikTok and like content creators are brainwashing us. Which one is it? Because it can't be both. Like, content creators can't be bought, but they are. They're like spewing propaganda to make us vote a certain way or whatever. And then, which I think that it kind of exists to the point of, I think ignorance is driving TikTok and content creation platforms. I think anyone can pick up a mic, have a camera, have a phone, whatever. You don't have to have like a fancy camera or anything, and say whatever you want. So I think it's mainly driven by ignorance and by like, I don't think they're being bought. I don't think these people are generally being bought. I don't think that everything is a smear campaign, an untraceable campaign and propaganda campaign and whatever. Could it happen? Yes. That's why, just like I was saying with the tariff situation, like well, I wasn't saying in this specific, but I'll say it now. Um, the the resolve to that, the answer to that is to teach your people or teach people and help us, and you maybe even like do that for yourself, how to be discerning, how to critically think, to not buy into smear campaigns and propaganda campaigns and all that stuff. There is something that is interesting. And so whether it's coming from, this side of the content creators or the legacy, mainstream media, whatever, which I'm just already getting tired of hearing that term. Anytime that there's like a term like that and a sentiment like that and just like a regurgitation and broken record, it turns me off. And I'm like, some alarms go off like, what is that? Is that either talk about like propaganda or like trying to brainwash, manipulate whatever the public, or is it like bandwagoning? Is that the term? Or maybe not. Just people like sheeping, like, oh, they use this, I'm gonna jump on that truck or train. Oh, my analogies sometimes are they try and then they fall short. But either way, you're safe as long as you are able to discern through all the sort of things that will come at you, because everyone has an agenda. Sometimes it's nefarious, sometimes it's not, sometimes it's well meaning, sometimes it's not. But everyone has an agenda, and you are the only one responsible, and we as a society are responsible to ourselves and to each other to teach critical thinking. And it's easier said than done because, gosh, it's easier said than done. I don't even know how to get into that depth of things. But yeah, I, no one's going to talk about that. Instead, people want to ban mainstream media or, pull people away from that. Don't listen to that. Everything they say is crap. Everything is a lie. Everything's out to get you. Or like ban TikTok for, this, I mean, really the same reason. And just like disguised as a different wolf in sheep's clothing. Both are wolves in sheep's clothing, depending on who you're talking to and your perspective. And I would say that, yes, both can absolutely lie to you and, have an agenda that benefits them. And both can be just ignorant and they just regurgitate stuff that they hear, or they like inform of what they hear and they feel strongly about that, or anything in between those. I'm repeating myself, but again, it's like up to you, up to me, up to us to know the difference, unfortunately. And it's not easy. We have to do the hard work. That's a huge reason why I got so triggered when that whole little clip with TMZ was like, we read the lawsuit, so you don't have to. It's like, that's where it starts. The more lazy you get with finding information out, the more likely it is that you will either be manipulated or lead yourself down a road that you might not have gone down if you understood what they, because sometimes people, media or content creators or whatever, they're saying the right things, but the way that you're understanding it might be faulty too. So I don't know. I'm getting excited, and then lost, or I feel like I'm about to get lost. So I'll stop there with that. But yeah, I also had one other thing in kind of that context, but I don't remember now. Darn it. There you go. When we got lost. So yeah, shoot, I forgot to talk about this, or I mean, to like cross these off. Sorry. Oh, and Andy was saying that advertisers can choose what channels or videos. So YouTube didn't really need to take that harsh stance. And I was thinking, like, was YouTube Russell Brand's Ari Emanuel? Because, WME dropped Justin as soon as allegations came out, it wasn't the only thing, but one of the things. And YouTube dropped Russell's monetization when those allegations came out. And again, like, even if the allegations come back true, which, I mean, I at this point feel like they are, but I don't know. Um, I would still stand by he shouldn't have gotten demonetized at that time. Um, yeah. And it also fueled his point, so it didn't help anything. But anyways, I don't think it actually has anything to do. I don't think, like, I think, especially seeing now with Justin Baldoni, I don't think it was like, sorry, that YouTube brought for these women so he can get demonetized and whatever. I think it was just a reaction, a gut jerk reaction that is happening a lot during these things. And I'll get to Kevin Spacey of it all in a couple of minutes here. So covered the text messages. That's where I now remember, that's where I heard about the text messages. I do think there's something interesting to think about as far as Russell Brand being a scapegoat. So what Rose McGowan, oh my God, McGowan, I was just reading the name. What she was, I think, saying overall is that this is kind of diverting attention from bigger fish to fry. And he's like a small fish to fry and like an easy fish to fry. And so to save those other big fish, he's kind of being sacrificed. And I don't know, there could be something to it. Whether or not the allegations are true, I think both things can be true. So again, looking forward, I don't know if I'm looking forward to, more, to know more, to hear more, etc. But yeah. Oh, and then this was in this, like, they didn't go to the court or police, they went to the media. And I think, oh yeah, Andy's guest, let me pull that up, this guy over here, where is it? I don't know who he is, but this guy was saying that he doesn't feel like that victims should go to police right away or to authorities and not go to the media first, or at all maybe, but definitely not go to the media first. And sorry. And that's like that's a question, I just like cover that. And yeah, I think that's all on that side of things. It's like the original one. Now, the current video, Andy's current video, he talked about how he had like fellow content creators comment on his X account. I feel like we can't call it Twitter because it's not Twitter anymore. It's not Twitter anymore. Sorry, wrong video. I don't even want. I was thinking like, oh, maybe I should like be active there more, and I'm like, no, I don't want anything to do with that that world. I need to breathe. All right, so he is going to pull up some things shortly here. He already did. Colonel Kurtz, who, it's interesting. This like makes me think of how people reacted to Ryan Reynolds. And side note, as far as like Candace Owens of it all, to anyone who says like, oh, is it the right wing or whatever? Is it the right wing media or the anti-women right side, whatever? That's who is on Justin Baldoni's side and blah, 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 blah. Candace Owens was one of the first to go against Ryan Reynolds. So, but yeah, anyways, everyone was kind of shocked and didn't want to believe, Ryan is like, he was always nice. He's such a nice guy. He's always been so nice to me, or he's always like so funny and this and that and that. And it's interesting, like maybe now comedies will be better in the US. Maybe there will be a better kind of humor. Maybe this is like, a cultural revolution where people are like, oh, actually, that's like a disgusting joke that, a few months ago they went to see Deadpool and loved it. So, yeah. And a few years ago, all the Deadpools. I picked this up because, I don't know, I feel like, I don't know. It's, I don't know. I don't need to explain it. Anyways, so, where was I? Oh, yeah. So just like how people were saying they were shocked and they kind of turned around from liking Ryan Reynolds. I feel like that happens I've seen that happen a lot with content creators. And Colonel Kurtz, as far as like from my point of view, where there are these content creators that I didn't like from the beginning. For her, it's not that I don't like her. Yeah, I mean, what bothered me was what she was doing felt not opportunistic. I can't even pronounce that word, sorry. But kind of like that. I've spoken about it early on, how I can't watch her videos because it's all not clickbaity, but she gives you like 3 minutes and then she splits her videos instead of like long form into like 3, 5, whatever minute intervals. And then also it's not even like, okay, well, we'll continue in the next video. It just like cuts off. And I'm like, it's not good YouTube. But I think some people have like a great following because of their tie into the industry that they're talking about. I think that's her. And then, or maybe because people are like, we want something different, even if it's crappy. Zach Peters, he's someone that people are like, at first, oh my gosh, you have to watch him. And he's not necessarily like a huge one for some people. Not everyone. He still has a following. Donna as well. And of course, there is the personal aspect of it where you get personally offended or, it has to cross that boundary, which is like the hard part. Is like, how do you get to evaluate videos or content that is coming to you from whatever media, whatever kind of creator? How do you evaluate it before it gets to be personal, before it's personal to you, where you can like sit with it and see like, oh, something's like, I don't really like this because of this. I don't really feel like they're being very, fair or moral or whatever. And I'm not saying that these people aren't. I'm just kind of trying to again talk about the general idea of it. But yeah, she's kind of one of them. And when I saw this on Andy's video, I was like, yeah, I guess I would have expected that. But I'm sure some people might be shocked, or maybe not now yet, because people are still kind of, I don't know, since Friday actually, but people were not very happy with Andy, and he goes into it, and she's one of them. She says, Andy, with all respect, you're gonna have to forgive us if hearsay from your friend holds no weight. I'd expect the same, the same from you if I said a friend told me something. I don't think that's a valid argument. I think she's like trying to make what she's doing work. That's a weird thing to say, but anyways. But since you brought it up, can you share what your friend specifically alleged about him? And this bothered me because I don't think that Andy's friend owes us anything. she's not, as far as Andy has said, she's not even come forth to authorities or media or anything. She's not going to press charges. That may change, and that's like absolutely, in her power. There's nothing wrong with that. Again, like going through things like this, and maybe she's not doing that because she's like, it's been so long, no one's going to believe me. I think he even said that, like, it's so hard to bring such allegations up now, you know. Back then it probably was hard, and back to that, like, is 26 years too late? Back then it was probably too hard because no one was going to believe her because of who Russell Brand was, because of, just how things were happening there. Maybe she didn't even necessarily believe it in that moment, and then years later it's like, no, actually it was wrong, where, we get exposed, we learn more. And now people will say, well, why didn't you come up with these allegations sooner? Why didn't you bring these forward sooner? And blah, blah, blah. So she has no obligation to us, or especially Andy has zero obligation to us to share, and actually an obligation to not share the specific details that are personal to someone in his life that is not on camera, or, not, we don't know who that is. Maybe they are, content creators, maybe they're not. Either way, like, this is no. So to me, like, her saying that felt very, you should say, I feel, and this is my personal opinion, that someone in that position say, hey, yeah, with all due respect, I can't really just take your friend, about saying that your friend says this at that value. Like, I need to wait and see. That I would understand. But to ask for specific details of, like, what the allegations would be that she's not even bringing forth, that didn't sit well with me. And my whole thing was, it was just like really interesting because, again, I don't think that Andy said anything that was unfair. He, like Candace said, I'm biased, or I might be biased. I'm going to try my best to not, and to cover it, fairly, but he disclosed it. I think, like, it's so moral what they both did, and it's weird that I'm kind of combining the two of them, but I think that's like the ultimate morality, and that's what I think we ultimately want to see when we talk about, legacy media or mainstream media or whichever, or like content creators, whichever side you're on. When we're talking about that, is not being given the fair chance of knowing the biases of the people that are speaking to us, so we can make up our minds considering that fact that they have that bias or potential bias. And so we are missing some potentially key pieces. So that's what really is, I think, bothering us about when we criticize whatever form of information we have, we're getting. And I think, again, like, I did not see anything wrong with Andy's video, and I don't know, maybe again, I might have to change my mind later down the road. Maybe I just don't see it now and it's there. I just think that, again, he spoke to us, hey, I have a personal bias. This is like going to come into play, or it's coming into play from my end, But I also think he likes, and he said in this video too, like, I stood up to, not taking his monetization, Russell Brand's monetization, even knowing what I know, like, before he has the right, he has like the due process whole thing play out. And I don't mean, what else do you want? And I don't think he's, at least in this video, and maybe in the post, and I don't know if he showed the post, maybe in his post he said something, but as far as this video, he, is it, oh gosh, oh, there we go, can we just go there? I don't feel like he said anything that was like, believe me because my friend is saying that. I think he just said, "Hey, this is yeah." Like my friend also, has said this, and he just threw in his 2 cents with that. Like I don't know. Where is that? I think it was this one. Yeah. So I've stayed silent on Russell Brand for a while because my friend, who he also abused, didn't want her story out there out of fear of his audience. But look at that. An investigation brought actual charges of assault. Meanwhile, he's had years to find Jesus and plant the "it's a witch hunt" narrative, as if he can even remember those drug fueled schmeck's addiction years in the first place. It's almost as if he knew this was coming. To be fair, he's still innocent until proven guilty, and he'll have his day in court. But just a reminder that not all accusers are liars. Sometimes even celebs have to face accountability. I'll be listening closely to both sides on this one. I mean, I'm just I just hear a human being that is trying to be as fair as possible considering what he knows and what he believes. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, but yeah, a lot of comments all over the place. And then I guess he followed up. My friend did too. I don't believe the story. Women should stop acting like idiots. Coming out after many years to claim. Wow, explosion, of course. Coming out after many years to claim that someone assaulted you should be a crime. Okay, all right, Mister, that should not be a crime, but it should have consequences if it's false. Just like whether you come out, with allegations a day after, or 100 days after, or 100 years after. Yeah, but illegal or a crime. Okay, illegal and crime are not the same thing. Crime is like a serious thing, and not like SH allegations that Justin Baldoni has against him are not, I believe, not criminal allegations. So there's like a difference. Um, if you are abused as a woman, say it that very time it happened and not after 10 years. Morons. Times like this, let me get close here. Times like this tweet or whatever, X, how do you call these things? I do have this part in me that comes up and says, I hope this person gets a taste of this medicine, of what women, maybe these women, maybe not these women, but women have gone through. There is that part of me that, I'm not going to go all Blake Lively and, force what is when you're like waterboarding and waterboard whatever he was. I don't even know what he was, an athlete, a model, an actor, whatever, with my drink, as a add to my new drink brand or whatever. I'm not going all the way to that, but there is a part of me when I read these things, and not just about women and assault and all this stuff, about a lot of different things that are whether gendered or not non-gendered, where I think like this person needs, clearly they're not exercising their empathy muscle. They're refusing to even like engage with empathy. And sometimes I feel like the only way for people to get empathy is to experience that thing. Sometimes no. I was thinking about this actually, I think it was last night. I want to dive into like, is there a study on like brain activity with empathy, as far as, because sometimes I say things and people don't believe that I can understand something that I've never experienced. And I'm really curious because sometimes, yes, but I don't claim when I don't understand. And sometimes I really can put myself in shoes that I've never walked in. Like truly, not just like sympathetically, but empathetically. And, you know, I think as kids, we have more fantasy ability to like fantasize in the sense of like imagine things. And so I think it comes easier for us, and the older we get, the harder it is. And therefore like empathy is also harder because we are either too exhausted, too unhappy, or something, where like we can't exercise that same muscle that gives us that imagination to put ourselves in circumstances that we have never been in, to understand on an empathetic level, sorry, rather than a sympathetic being that you feel bad for someone from your perspective. Like, I feel bad and I would do things this way, or I would do things the other way, or whatever. And I feel bad for you from like this place where I'm at. And empathetically is, I feel what you're feeling. I'm with you in what you're experiencing. And of course, not necessarily literal, but I'm not going to give you advice based on what I would do in your situation. I would help you find your own way. Or like I would give you advice from your perspective, not from my perspective. I don't know. I didn't say that right. But yeah, sometimes, to get there, some people need that extra push of experiencing what these people that they don't understand experience. And so I'm not gonna lie, that this Muskplosion guy, Buzz Musk, does he know that musk is from the glands of like the butt glands of skunks? Do they know that's where musk comes from? Empathy is deeper. Yeah, it's deeper, and it's not about the person that's having it, whereas sympathy is about the person that's having it. I have a friend who cannot do empathy for the life of her. Like, and she means really well, and she thinks she's doing, something good, and I'll give her that. And I've worked, and I don't know if I'm fully there, but I'm definitely working on accepting that's just how she will go through life, and she doesn't want to grow empathy. But yeah, she always like talks from that side. But yeah, it is deeper, and it's hard for people to go deep. But yeah, anyways, yeah, musk, fun fact, it's from the glands, the like is it a pineal gland? No. But the glands, like the butt glands from skunks, where they release that scent, and it's, yeah, strong. So he's this musksplosion, or whatever, muskplosion, ex-Buzz Musk is like definitely skunky. But yeah, people like that I definitely have in me for at least a little bit. Like, he needs a taste of this medicine. He needs to really understand what this is, because there's like one thing of like not believing women, being skeptical, and a whole other thing to call them morons and to not understand that it's more nuanced than just like, yeah, well, I'll just go to the police. Well, okay, what if you don't have power? What if you know that it is unlikely you'll be believed? Or that even if you are believed, you don't have money to go through court? Because one huge part that is playing into the Blake Lively and Justin Baldoni thing is like the money that both sides have to be able to play this out. Yeah, anyways. So Andy replies, my friend did. Producers covered it. So he says that his friend did go to, is it to the police? Oh, maybe just to the producers. So yeah, so she went to the someone. Producers covered it up. She got blackballed from Hollywood. Yes, some accusers lie, but it's sick how it somehow turned to all lie. Just like all lie and all to be believed, nothing is good in extreme. In Romania, there is, before each show, or like every now and then, or maybe before each commercial break, they say, please consume, and I think UK does this too, please consume salt, sugar, and fats in moderation. nothing is good in high quantities. Everything has its moderation. Anyways, no wonder my friend doesn't want to come out to be traumatized by scummy Russell Brand any longer and be judged like this. I would say by people like this Musk guy, this skunk gland guy. So yeah, I'm with that. But yeah, it did make me sad as far as, you know, I understand the, hey, let's wait for things to come out. I don't know. I feel like it's not very hard to hold space for, like, I remember when the Blake thing happened and came out. And I remember, like, with Amber Heard, again, I didn't watch the whole trial. And, I'm not going to talk and get into, like, the verdict or what happened, where it went. But I'm talking about, like, the initial story coming out. I remember more so with Blake Lively and having this conversation with a friend who was very traumatized in their own life by, men and narcissistic abuse and whatever, and instantly was blinded by that to be able to hold space or even believe that someone can hold space for both Blake and Justin. And I remember, but it was like, so it's one of those moments that it's like kind of a bittersweet moment, because I also realized, like, oh, wow, this is a very helpful thing to be able to do what I'm doing, which is clearly I'm able to, especially when I'm confronted, it reveals itself even more, like, be able to hold space for Blake might be telling the truth, Justin might be telling the truth. And even when, Justin came out with, I think it was just his New York Times. I wonder if it was like his like countersuit or like the New York Times one. I don't know when we stopped talking, but either way, like, something came out where it was not that clear, and I had moved more towards Justin. I think it was after his whole lawsuit or complaint, and I remember telling her that I'm fully in support of Justin, but it was so early that I was absolutely open to Blake Lively's side, and I was waiting to see if there's, proof or what else is coming out or answers or whatever. And it was pretty late that I closed the door. Like, the door was open for so long, and I was like 40% still, like, on Blake's side almost, or I don't know if on her side, but I believe that what she was saying had a high chance of being true, even though 60% I was in support of Justin and it looked like it wasn't. So, or, I think it's like nuanced, and I don't think I've spoken very clearly about my personal view on what happened, what I believe happened, because my personal view is very nuanced, and I think I would be. I don't think. I don't know what would come out of that. Maybe one day I might have spoken about it when I was doing the 10-hour, read of his complaint or lawsuit, but I don't remember for sure. So yeah, but yeah, I remember, being able to hold space for that and not say, oh, women are morons. I mean, I would never say that, but you know what I mean, like things like that, or even like what Kurtz and other, not just content creators, but other people that Andy was like reading replies from, that, it's one thing to not, to like, want it to not be true or believe that it's not true, and another thing to put someone down. And I will say, as far as like the Blake Lively of things, because people might say, well, isn't that what, all of you guys are doing with Blake Lively? You're attacking her character and all this stuff. I don't think it's the same thing. I think there's a difference, a nuanced difference, where that was not our, that was, okay, I can't speak for other content creators and other people, but that was not from the beginning. Um, that came it's more like what I noticed, and what I noticed at least in me, that the more that there was a gaslighting effort on Blake Lively's team's responses to things, instead of, if she would have, if or her team would have come out, um let's say, because I remember more so the video response, I guess. But if they would have come out and said, um okay, like, you know instead of saying this clearly shows what we said, which was false, although they were not the only ones who saw it that way. My friend did. And these, like, I don't know, podcasters. um but instead of saying that, like, saying something neutral, like, well, we'll get a chance to prove in court, that this is, it's not what it looks like, or it's whatever. I don't even know. I don't know. I'm not going to take the time to, like, I'm not a PR person. I'm not really a marketing person. I suck at it, even though I've done it. I don't know how I got into that. But like, if they would have said something like that consistently, instead of, like, just trying to, like, redirect attention, or just sometimes lie, or and Justin's side has lied too in that video. And it's so interesting because in that video, both sides said things that were not exactly what happened, like who said what and what was done and whatever. But the transgression from Justin's side, first of all, he didn't cause this, all that stuff, whatever, let's take that to the side. But it wasn't uh damning, I guess. I don't know how to say it. So anyways, I don't feel like that's what's happening here, is all I'm saying with this whole Russell Brand. And I mean, I don't even know why I'm, like, over here, like, being an advocate and defender for Andy. I think he has plenty of, defense and people on his side. He has a huge, massive, like, 926,000 followers. So, but this is what started me down the road with this whole Justin Baldoni and Blake Lively thing, was exactly, like, seeing things that were mischaracterized, or misrepresented, or something wasn't quite, it sounded off and not what was in reality. And I just wanted to speak about that. I don't know. But yeah, anyways, I wrote him, like, a big long comment, which I don't think he hasn't, like, liked or anything, so I don't think he read it or even saw it. But I told him that I feel like this was a very fair video, and I have a lot of respect for him from that video. And what I was saying earlier too, like, I haven't seen that much calmness. Everything has been so much about, like, drama and sensationalism, and his, like, delivery oftentimes is like this, like, oh my gosh, did you hear this? And I'm not into that. Just like, it's like the ad syndrome or whatever, like, just seeing ad after ad after ad, where you're like, your brain is just strongly rejecting it, like, just shut up. I do not want this. This is kind of turned me off. It's like the opposite effect, blah blah. The content creation aspect of, like, whoa, look at this, did you hear this? It has its place. Like, those moments do happen and it's fun. But when that is the only thing that people do, like, calm down. Calm down. Let's have a regulated nervous system a little bit, more than not, So yeah, hold on. My eye super itchy. Whew. Wow, I hate scratching my eye and, like, rubbing my eye. I'm becoming vain. I didn't care. I started caring about wrinkles and things about, I think 4 years ago, 3 years ago, maybe 2 years ago. I think it was 2 years ago, actually. I think I was already moved into my apartment. And that came out of me because suddenly I felt like I was getting really old, and my life hadn't started. It still hasn't started. And I feel like I was, or maybe been, trying to stop time, because I don't know, I'll talk more about that in the vlog videos. Anyways, and thank you guys. I haven't gotten a chance to reply to all the comments to that video. Thank you. And the other one is in the works. I had to actually put it in the iMovie to like put together, not splice together, but yeah. But yeah, so oh yeah. So gosh, I don't I think, did he have it on this? I don't remember. Russell Brand's initial video. Yeah, he does have it on this. I remember Spidey from the behavioral arts or artist or something. The awesome body language expert that is very fair and says like, hey, what is truly reading body language and what is not. He was doing this apology from Russell. He was talking about it, and he pointed this out. But when I was watching Andy's video, it reminded me again of this.
Serious allegations that I absolutely refute. These allegations pertain to the time when I was working in the mainstream, when I was in the newspapers all the time, when I was in the movies, and as I've written about extensively in my books, I was very, very promiscuous. Now, during that time of promiscuity, the relationships I had were absolutely always consensual. I was always transparent about that then.
He caught that. I think it's really an easy catch, but maybe it's an easy catch because, we're so critical now. Don't know if you caught that. There's an edit there. Not saying that he didn't mean to say the same thing that he said, but why the edit? Why the edit? Let me play that again.
Were absolutely always consensual.
We're absolutely, and then it's spliced, it's cut, always consensual. The background changes, it's almost like the camera also kind of changed. I don't know. Or maybe just like he came a little, when you're talking, you're moving. So he changed his position. But yeah, so I was like, sorry. It's not the end yet. That's interesting is what I was going to say. So yeah. Oh yeah, I think it was in his new response or whatever. Something about someone was talking like, can this person or him? I think it was him. Be neutral. Like, can you say you're neutral? No. And then I think he was saying the law has become a kind of weapon, and I'm like, isn't it the opposite? Like, if we look at politics side of things, politicians are often trying, like, we're literally trying to impeach judges to be above the law. So I don't think that the law, hold on to that phrase. Think about that phrase. The law has become a weapon. Who would say something like that? Not someone who's innocent and wants the law, wants to like be safe or whatever. So that's a whole interesting phrasing. But yeah, like, I don't think anyone who does something bad feels like the law is on their side, is like a good thing. I think everyone who does something bad wants to villainize law. But yeah. Oh, praise the Lord at the end. I'm like, it feels totally disingenuous. Absolutely. I mean, you can tell it, like, from the mainstream media thing to the law thing, it's absolute talk about propaganda and stuff. He's the one that does it. Like, he will say things very forcefully. Like, he will try to, like, I don't know if he's even trying to make it sound genuine, but it's not. But the whole praise the Lord, like I was just saying, like, why are you roping the Lord in? I'm not religious, but I feel like I know as much. And one of the reasons I'm not religious maybe is because I don't feel like that's right. I don't think that's moral. I don't think that the Lord, if the Lord exists, would appreciate that or should appreciate that. And if sinning and punishing exists, like, Christianity and many religions believe, then I feel like that should be an offense. That's somewhat punishable. And I think it is based on the tiny little knowledge that I remember from religion stuff. And then I think he literally says, I was a fool before I found the Lord. I don't really want to get into how sinister my mind, or the sinister places my mind goes to when I heard that second response, not apology, but response by Russell Brand. And then also when you like look at him and see him and the things that I've sort of gathered, when I was really focusing on trying to understand if someone, had a certain pathology or whatever, a certain personality disorder, that I'm not even going to mention, but especially when saying something like this, I was a fool before I found the Lord. It sounds worse than just someone guilty of what he's been accused. I'll just say that. So anyways, so that's like my whole thing around Russell Brand so far. And it's late, but I do want to get through the other stuff. Oh gosh, I do want to get through all of it. But, I appreciate you people, the guys. Oh my gosh, why am I like, and it's interesting because when I'm speaking so like fluidly, it's not like I have it written. I'm not reading off of anything. But then when I start talking about like myself or like, just something else, I'm like just tongue tied and everything. But yeah, I will also understand, going to bed. It's 11:30, so I don't plan on being here more than another hour, but that's also still quite late. So, I don't know. Having said that and considering the time and everything, I don't know if I should go into the Blake Lively of things or the Kevin Spacey of things. Let's see how much I have of Kevin Spacey. You know what? I think I can do it. I think this is a quick one. I think it's relatively quick. I'm going to be fast. For this, you might have to, although I think I hear myself as speaking faster than I actually am, but in any case, if I am speaking too fast, this might be one of the rare instances of like using the slow down speed instead of like the, speed up speed. So Kevin Spacey on Piers Morgan, this interview took place, I think, a month or so before Armie Hammer interview on Piers Morgan. And I found very interesting similarities. I really was attracted to research as far as psychology, but I thought, well, what kind of job is that? Or like, whatever. And I wanted to do more. That was before YouTube. If I was in college now, I probably would have done that because I love that. But I would also know that I can have a platform at the same time. Back then, it was like, well, I either want to be someone who has like a platform like film or music and connect to people and whatever, or I am in a lab researching personality and people, and also in psychology I really still wanted to work more one-on-one and be a therapist if anything. But I'm definitely fascinated by this. So, um, there is. Why did I have this screenshot? Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. This is a good place to start. I already said this, but let me pull up. Oh, sorry. A little break, a little quiet break for a second while I pull this up. All right. So this was under a comment, is the second or the first comment under the Piers Morgan interview with Kevin Spacey that I thought was a very good point that I kind of based my thumbnail on partially. What is bizarre is that the allegations were heavily publicized, but the fact that he was found guilty of none of them was barely covered publicly, leaving most people who haven't actually followed events carefully still under the impression he was found guilty. And this has happened with Armie Hammer, with Kevin Spacey. I don't know that it will happen with, Blake Lively and Justin Baldoni. I don't know. Maybe. I mean, a year is still quite a ways away. A ways away. So who knows? Like, I'm already burning out on all of it. But it's a lot more public, and it's a lot more than just allegations. In the case of Kevin Spacey and Armie Hammer, those were like, they were the celebrity and their accusers were not celebrities, and no one really that was known. And in the case of Blake Lively and Justin Baldoni, they're both celebrities, and it might change laws, and I mean, it's like getting crazy. So I don't think that's going to happen there. But I think it's very interesting, and I think it's a very good point. I think it's something that we definitely should think about a lot. I remember hearing about the allegations, and I will say that even, up to watching this interview, and even after watching the interview, even after seeing them trying to redeem themselves, trying to speak about how their allegations were proven not guilty or unfounded or whatever. I don't know. I don't even know. See, but they were dropped or whatever. What am I trying to say? No, they were not found guilty, like this, reply says, this comment says. Shoot, my brain just died again. What was I saying? I don't know, but the idea being that not hearing about that. Oh, yeah. That even seeing them talk about it and having people like Piers Morgan, gosh darn it, I want to say Pierce Brosnan so badly every time, like Piers Morgan and Billy Bush, and anyone who has them, on and interviews them or covers it. Even after watching that, I still walk away with like, but I don't know. I don't feel good about them. I still don't feel good about them because we didn't watch. The good part of a trial being not public, like Johnny Depp and Amber Heard, is that in that case, I think it's good as far as a domestic dispute. But when it comes to severe allegations, and I mean, and you could also argue for that, that impact someone's, ability to function and get work in their field, that should be public. Because even now, I'm like, well, I wish that we could watch it. And Kevin Spacey's was in the UK, which is interesting. But I wish we could watch it. I wish we could see for ourselves the evidence that was brought forth or wasn't, or all that, and how it went down. I think it is so important because it's, again, even with a verdict and saying it afterwards, it's like in the back of my mind, it's like, but I haven't seen the proof. I don't know what to believe. And our brain is wired to protect ourselves. Our brain will more likely remember, danger, will remember if something happened down a road or at a store or whatever, that where like we burned our fingers, on the stove or whatever, and will actively continuously avoid that danger, even if it's, a freak accident that happened in the first place. you know that's why they say get back on the horse after you fall off a horse, because then your mind will, if you don't get back on it, obviously there's unfortunately circumstances and circumstances, but the idea, if you don't kind of put into your into your brain's perspective, like, hey, 99% of the time, and there have been quite a lot of times this didn't happen, but this one time it did happen. It's not the particular circumstance, like, our brain shapes things a certain way to keep us safe. So in terms of allegations, that's why it's so easy to be scared of when allegations come up, especially when you are, when it's gendered. Like, the women will be more like, oh, I don't want to maybe believe that of this person, but like as a woman, like you are, I don't know if you're more likely to believe women that come forth, but it's like it's uncomfortable. I feel, at least sometimes. I don't know what I'm trying to say with that. Anyways, feel like my brain's shutting down as soon as I'm like, oh my gosh, it's too late. My brain's like, okay, you're failing, Arena. But yeah, so again, trying to re-say that again, our brain will hang on to the allegations because we are wired to keep ourselves safe from danger, and allegations being danger. And if we learn to believe that they are likely, it doesn't matter if they're proven that they didn't happen, because our brain will be like, well, better safe than sorry. So to have the same amount of effect on a non-guilty verdict or whatever, it needs to be that much more powerful. It's kind of like they say with couples that you need 5 or 6 times more good times than bad times, or no non-conflict times than conflict times, because our brains are just that wired to stay safe that even one conflict will be like the amount of 6 non-conflicts, will be the amount of 6, like one insult will be the amount of 6 or more praises or compliments or whatever. So I think it's something to constantly kind of challenge or keep in mind or whatever. And I don't really like that this is how it's happening, that I don't know. Again, maybe I'm under a rock, but I have not heard at all about these charges being dropped, except for the fact that, we have YouTube, and Piers Morgan is on YouTube, and Billy Bush is on YouTube. And that's how I heard about these charges not being valid or whatever. So on both of these people, Army and Kevin. Then where did I have that there? Whoop. What? Sorry. Sometimes I'm like,
Is this a long time?
like a little old person. Oh yeah, okay. Kevin Spacey was also asked in another interview, or maybe Piers Morgan. I will say Pierce Brosnan at one point. If Robin Wright reached out to him since any of it, since the allegations were found not to be true or anything. I mean, to the extent that with one allegation, like he wasn't even in the country. So I'm like, we should have heard about that. I don't know. That one's pretty convincing one, right? But anyways, and he said that he hasn't, and if anything, And he's, I don't know, watch Kevin Spacey on Pierce Morgan. Pierce Brosnan should just like have his own show now. Just kidding. But yeah, watch it because I think it's such a beautiful one. I would more likely suggest that one than Army Hammer. I think Army is still quite young, and I don't know. I don't know. Like, again, like my brain's like, oh, but don't trust any of these people. And you know, maybe there is something to that, but watching Kevin Spacey on Pierce Morgan, there's so many moments of how someone can be humble and have remorse and have been put in a spot where he has responsibility to take, but not for things that are to the extreme that, you know, was done, and the awareness that, or that was alleged, and the awareness that he has as far as like, I know better now than there are things that I've done, like made people feel uncomfortable because that's just how kind of it was, like the locker room talk, or, you know, whatever. And that depends on each person too. I'm not saying that it's just one specific thing. Like for him, it was different, but people have talked about how he felt intimidating to them, young guys. And so he's like, I didn't know that, and now I see. And again, it's just like, it's a good conversation to have, because also it helps people that do bad things know that it is safe to actually look into that. And it's, yeah, sure, it's not our responsibility to make them feel safe, but I feel like there is a little bit of a responsibility for us to make people feel safe, to take accountability, to be able to look at themselves and feel the shame that they should feel. Otherwise, and I think he talks about this too, that, you know, it's easy for someone to be or like Pierce, I don't know, I forget, someone somewhere in all of these interviews that I've seen it lately says something along the lines of how, you know, you can get very defensive if you are attacked, and it's hard to take that responsibility when you're attacked. And it wasn't like an excuse, so maybe it will come up. I don't think it'll come up in anything that I have right now. But anyways, so back to Robin Wright. I think I started a branch and just kind of left it there, and I forgot to close it, and I have the hiccups now. In the on. So I think this is ADHD, the overestimating of time, of my ability or underestimating time. So this was more, I highlighted this moment around the kind of talk with what we have going on with like Blake Lively and just in general, not so much just him. But yeah, I think it's like sad because in this interview she says that I just knew him in between scenes. It was a little too strong about that. And Kevin Spacey has said that, you know, he doesn't blame her. It's a lot to be, you know, he's not going to blame someone for wanting to keep themselves safe from, you know, going to the bottom of the ocean with another person. And it reminded me because he also said something, and Army Hammer said something, very different situations. But Army, when he was asked about Blake Lively, he's like, no, I will not be roped into this. Like, I have just went through hell with my own thing. I do not want to fight anyone else's battles that are not my own. Like, it was hard enough to do that for myself. And Kevin had his own thing, and I think I wrote that somewhere. But back to Robin Lively. Oh my gosh. Robin Wright.
Or, you know, things.
Of course.
Yeah. Yeah.
Who hasn't?
This business a long time. Have you experienced harassment or, you know, things?
Of course.
Yeah. Yeah.
Who hasn't?
Right.
This is a bigger, broader issue, I think, which is seduction. I don't care who you are.
It's about power. And once you overpower someone, that person then becomes vulnerable. And this last year, I think, has shined a light in a new way to allow us to start a new conversation. So we just need to shift the paradigm.
Wow.
I wanted to play that because there is so much talk with the Blake Lively side of it all, how he was the director, Justin Baldoni was the director and the producer, or like his, studio was the production studio, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But I think it's so important to hear what Robin Wright just said, as far as when you overpower someone. And Blake Lively, I understand that, as a general, not a general, yeah, like as a oftentimes still there's very much a difference in power between men and women. And you can argue that Blake Lively was not more powerful than Justin Baldoni because somehow the power canceled itself out. Her money with his, manhood. That sounded weird. But I would say that at the very least, it was equal. Because at the very least, it was canceling itself out and they were more equals than her being less than and less powerful than him. And I think that's what's important. I think that's what she highlighted and is an important point to keep in mind, keep there in our toolbox when we think about any of these things. With Kevin Spacey, there was a power imbalance with his accusers, which were proven, that the allegations were not true, but still, the accusers, there was a power imbalance. With Armie Hammer, there was a power imbalance. He was a celebrity. Kevin Spacey was a celebrity. They were big celebrities too. There wasn't just a side actor, right? At that time that they were exposed. I mean, Kevin Spacey, I don't think was bigger ever than when he was on, can't believe I forgot the show. Man, I don't know, Frank Underwood, I remember that's his name. I forget the show. Darn it. Oh, man. And I love when I go to type things, I also forgot his name. House of Cards. Yeah, of course. Anyways. So he was at his biggest. It's also an interesting coincidence and also something that Russell Brand doesn't have. When he was at his biggest, none of this happened. Not to this extent, and maybe again because it was a different time. He's not at his biggest right now. But anyways, so that I wanted to share. He won the court case. Oh God. Darn it. This was another interesting moment. Oh my goodness. I have so many things. Let me pull these up to even remember what each are. So there was John Bernthal from Baby Driver. Who has seen that movie? I loved that movie. What was the other one? Drive was the other one, which to me are kind of, they're literally the same movie but different points of view. Not the same movie, but definitely the same idea. But yeah, awesome movie. I didn't remember Kevin Spacey being on there at all. Okay. So he talks about how, I don't even know who he is, but an actor, about how Kevin Spacey was definitely a bully.
With Spacey, and then all this stuff happens. Obviously, there's no signs when that's happening. But do you look back and go oh yeah, that was a little.
Hey, look, man, I remember being on that set, and I remember him really rubbing me the wrong way. It's funny. Anybody who I was working with at the time, and people in my life remember me saying it. And a lot of people reached out to me, when that happened. And I think for me, you got to understand, I started out in this in this thing. You know, I was a theater actor, and when I was a young man, I got to go to London, and it was a crazy opportunity for me. And the first thing that I did when I was in London, I went and saw The Iceman Cometh, starring Kevin Spacey. You know, 4.5-hour play with him right there. And I was sitting in the front row, I was looking with my neck straight up, and I remember when that play was over, I just jumped up and gave a standing ovation, which is something I guess they don't fucking do in London or something, because he looked right at me. And it was an unbelievably sort of like transformative experience in my life watching what he did. And he was one of my favorite actors. You know, going on to that set, you know, and working with him, I wasn't there much, and I wasn't really in a situation to judge. But when I was there, he really rubbed me the wrong way. I thought he was a bit of a bully. I thought he was, I thought that I didn't really care for the way he was behaving towards some of the other people on set. And
sexually or aggressive?
I think a combination. I think he was you know, I think he was you know, acting towards people in a way that I remember at the time thinking, man, if that was a woman that he was talking to, you know, I would have done something. I would have said something. And
Which, dude, maybe now he'll know it doesn't have to be a woman. You know, that needs to be a conversation on its own, that, like, standing up for someone doesn't matter what gender, but I know it's more complex and complicated than that. But yeah, I feel like, as far as I can tell from this, and who am I, but he was trying to, as he said at one point, not wanting to pile on to any of it, but responding the question, and I feel like it was fair. This was his experience. He was definitely, it sounded like he was conflicted. I don't know. I'm not even close to a language or body language or regular language expert, but he seemed conflicted. Like, he met one of his heroes and it ended up, like many times they say, not what he thought. And it's interesting because that was the vibe that I got. Like, I don't know that I would have seen Kevin Spacey as being like a good guy. He played so many roles that were not good, and there was something sinister to them. I haven't seen him that much. Actually, my favorite movie of his, and just one of my favorite movies at all, because of the philosophical pondering of it. I forget the name of it, actually, but it was the one where he played, well, I don't know actually what he played in the end. It was like a cliffhanger. K-Pax, yeah. I thought that was like I want to see that movie again. I thought that was like such a good movie. Anyways, so that was that interview. And then this BBC article was interesting because last year Spacey was found not guilty of all charges against 4 men between 2001 and 2013. One of those 4 complaints, who has been granted anonymity by the court, separately sued Spacey in a civil lawsuit at London's High Court in July 2022, but the lawsuit was paused until the outcome of the criminal trial. But anyways, yeah, so it was genuine error. Why is that? Disbelieved an oath by a jury. Sorry, it's getting late. I'm just gonna keep going. But yeah, so I don't know. I forget why I brought that up so much. That like article, why I put that. Maybe just that was at the beginning of all of it. Then there was this I don't know how to feel about this kind of video where Kevin Spacey made a video towards Guy Pearce, who kind of said, yeah, like he's not a good guy, and I don't know if he was saying he targeted him or something. And Kevin Spacey said another one of these points of, instead of going to the press, Guy Pearce didn't go to authorities nor to him. And 20 years later, like he didn't reach out for a conversation to like have a conversation about that. But I feel like that's a lot to ask if you believe what you're saying is true, that you were assaulted or there was, not great behavior, and you felt intimidated by this person or whatever. I feel like that's a lot to ask, but I don't know if there is a but, actually. What he said was also that Pierce flew to Savannah just to spend time with him like a year or 2 years after what Guy Pearce says, was not cool or whatever. So he urges him to grow up. Hi, Maria. Welcome. So I don't know if
you need to grow up.
Videos on that Spacey had 1997 film LA Confidential. Pierce made emotional claims that Spacey had targeted him on the set of the film and only felt safe on days when fellow Aussie actor Simon Baker, also known as Simon Denny, was present.
I was scared of Kevin because he's quite an aggressive man, and
The Mentalist was awesome.
Extremely charming and brilliant at what he does, and really impressive, etc. So he holds a room remarkably. But I was young and, susceptible, and he targeted me, no question. And, I used to say to myself, and I was there with my wife, Kate, and I used to say, the only days I feel safe is when Simon Denny's on set, because I'm dumped like a hot potato, and he focuses on Simon Denny because he was 10 times prettier than I am. But it wasn't until everything came to light in 2017, and I heard about this, obviously it's post-Me Too, or it's sort of in the midst of Me Too, really. And I heard these stories about Kevin sort of officially as news stories. And I was in London working on something, and I heard this, and I broke down and sobbed, and I couldn't stop.
So with that, like, you can also see how I don't know, I think I can definitely understand. I've had my moments where, again, not to these extents, haven't experienced anything like these allegations that I keep covering, but I definitely have my own traumatic experiences, or those experiences that maybe you kind of just like brush off, or you have to keep going, or like you deal with them, and you think you dealt with them, and then later on you maybe understand them differently, or you're confronted because you're seeing other people kind of going through that, and suddenly it like overcomes you. So I believe him. I believe that both things can happen. Again, this is a very kind of complicated conversation around what is the way to go about it? Go to the media, go to the person. I just feel like Kevin Spacey asking for Guy Pearce to reach out to him directly was a bit too much, personally. Whether or not, and to say to him, grow up, I don't think that was good. I don't think that was good. I don't think that was appropriate. Yeah. So I definitely understand that. And I also understand on the other side, if for Kevin's side, is like, well, look, this guy wanted to spend more time with me after, like, I think he says in here at one point.
Came at the height of the Me Too movement and effectively blacklisted response posted on X, upset that Pierce
not to have to play this out in the media. You obviously have your own reasons for wanting to do exactly that. But
We worked together a long time ago, you know. If I did something then that upset you, you could have reached out to me. We could have had that conversation. But instead, you've decided to speak to the press, who are now, of course, coming after me because they would like to know what my response is to the things that you said. You really want to know what my response is? Grow up. Did you also, by the way, tell the press that a year after we shot LA Confidential, you flew to Savannah, Georgia, while I was shooting Midnight in the Garden of Good and Evil, just to spend time with me? I mean, did you tell the press that too? Or does that not fit into the victim narrative you have going?
Again, I think these moments are complicated, and I think what complicates them is before it was a lot harder to deal with these moments on both sides, to say no, to give or refuse consent, or not refuse consent, to not give consent, to say no, to understand what's happening. I also think age, when you're young, you are maybe generally more confused about things. I understand, you know, also when you're older or in a position of more power, he was both, I think. He speaks about this in the Piers Morgan interview. I also understand where, like, to what extent is it your responsibility and your fault for someone to feel intimidated by you? Like, there's only so much you can do to mediate that and to prevent that, and to prevent, you know, someone feeling powerless to say no to you. Or, you know, this whole thing of, and I'm not saying that there is no responsibility for people like that. I'm saying, like, it's not just a clear yes or no kind of thing. And then, yeah, like, for, I don't know, we don't know exactly what happened as far as, you know, what is this guy's name? Another Pierce, but different spelling. Guy Pierce. And I know him. I'm not, that sounded like I don't know who he is. Like, he's a nobody. He's not a nobody, obviously. But, you know, Guy Pierce flying a year later to Savannah, Georgia, just to spend time with him. I will be very honest that I'm going to be, I'm going to share something personal, not like in depth. I don't feel comfortable doing that, but I, you know, I might be biased as far as understanding that just because Guy Pearce did that does not mean that he was very consensual in the whole thing and that he wasn't targeted or preyed upon or whatever. He didn't use the word preyed upon. And I'm also not saying that just because that's what maybe happened and that was maybe Guy Pearce's reality doesn't mean that Kevin Spacey was a horrible monster or that he on purpose, you know, used things or against Guy or like used Guy. I think those both can exist, and that's what I was like, sort of I'm trying to say is that I think what makes it messy is that this hasn't really been spoken and dealt with that much. There's a lot more that's been like, you know, brushed under the rug when it comes to situations like this, regardless of like whether it's gendered or not gendered. You could even argue that when it comes to men, that's even probably a lot more in secret. And there's a lot more people, a lot more men that have experienced things like this that will maybe never talk about it. So I would say that. I believe that, you know, it's much easier for women to come out even before the Me Too movement. Not that they were believed, but at least it was easier for them to come out. And I think for men, it potentially could have been even dangerous at some points of history. So, but yeah, so I forget what I was saying with that. But yeah, personal experience wise, I've definitely had so I had a situation where I was on a movie set and there was a much older man, and I didn't know what was happening until the very last minute, really. And then it was, I I kind of went along with it, and I remember so vividly, like, the whole time, and I like, not sexually, like, I'm saying, like, there was a whole night, like, of going out someplace and all this stuff. I really went in thinking it was quite, like, PG or G. Like, I didn't think anything of it. Also, because I was naive. Like, well, he's so much older. Like, that doesn't happen. I was naive beyond my years. I was younger than my years. But anyways, and so, like, there were a lot of moments that happened throughout, like, a whole period of time, like a lot of hours, where I can understand where people might say, well, you let that person on, or you did not give consent. Or is that too many nods? Because giving consent, like, I didn't say yes to anything. I'll say, I guess, a few details. Like, I woke up, not woke up literally, but I suddenly was found. I was planted a kiss on. What am I saying? And this is how uncomfortable this this is. I guess I don't know how to say this. That I was not. That was when I was like, oh wait, this is different. This is not what I thought it was. That was the moment. And I did not ask for that kiss. I didn't know it was coming. I didn't even think could come. Like, it was just completely, like, a surprise, kind of like the Australian newscaster or whatever with Russell Brand. And it was just gross, and I was like, I couldn't leave. I couldn't, looking back, I'm like, yeah, I could, especially now I'm a lot more empowered, and I'm like, oh yeah, I could have just, like, I don't know if Ubers were back then, but something like that. I could have definitely found a way to just leave, and I don't feel like I was in danger, like, physically, like, watching Will Trent. Like, I don't think, my physical danger was in any danger. So yeah, technically I could have left, but I will say that, it's not that clear. So that's where I feel like something like with Kevin's response, like, you're not really understanding the other side, and maybe you can never understand the other side. Where, like, it's so easy to say, like, that, Musk moron person. I mean, he was calling women morons. That comment, like, it was kind of the same way. It's like, you don't really understand, when you're not in a position of power, what it's like, and what your brain, like, sometimes I remember I was just kind of frozen for many hours, trying, like, my brain was going nonstop. Like, I was uncomfortable, and I was like, what's going on? And I don't feel comfortable, and I don't consent, but, like, my brain was going nonstop. My outside was not. I was in that, like, yeah, like, deer in headlights kind of thing. Like, you're, like, freaking out inside. You're trying to understand things. You're trying to figure out what to do and what is going on. And you're also doubting yourself, like, oh, maybe, like, it's not what it appears to be, or whatever. Like, I mean, don't underestimate the mental gymnastics of our brains in moments where we are not in power, so to speak. And anyways, but fast forward, and the guy did tell me at one point that night that, like, oh, like, I feel like you're leading me on, or whatever. And I'm like, how? And so, anyways, moving on. Gosh, I feel bad for that version of me. I definitely, like, if I could go back, I would definitely, like, encourage her, like, you have options, you know. But again, nothing like terrible happened to me, and I'm very grateful for that, and all that stuff. And there was a respect as far as like consent when I did eventually say no, but it definitely when it was like starting to like go more physical, and I did have to say no a couple of times, not gonna lie. It wasn't the first no that was taken. And yeah, but fast forward to, yeah, like about a year after, maybe, no, sorry, it wasn't a year after. It was like maybe a few months after, I think. I don't know, maybe a year after. Um I didn't go after someone, so I will give Kevin Spacey that. And as far as the Guy Pearce story, like I didn't like contact and all that stuff, but I happened to be in a different city where this person was filming, and we're both on different projects, and I did reach out. And there was also like continuous communication for like a month or so after that initial thing. And so, like, I know from the outside, I remember that was before the Me Too movement. And I remember when the Me Too movement happened, I remember thinking, like, just like understanding differently and understanding the nuance of consent, where people can say it's so clear cut and it's not. And that's where it's so hard. And it's hard with things like, you know, Blake Lively and stuff. It's like, it's so hard. You do have to have proof when you're, especially when you're when you're like, you know, taking someone to court, and seeking, you know, having criminal charges, especially, but even like civil charges and allegations and so forth. But yeah, like, and a lot of people won't go that far because a lot of times I think it was traumatic. Like, it stayed with me, and it was hard for a while, and it was hard when like I shared the story with someone that I felt was supposed to, you know, believe me, or yeah, believe me, and they didn't. And they said like, oh, you must have done something, or like, oh, see, you did that, so, you know, that nulls everything. And it's like, no, but you don't understand how complex things like that are, especially when you take into consideration where that person is as far as age or power or whatever. And I think age has a big thing to do with it, because, you know, at this age, even if I am, you know, less powerful, and even if the Me Too movement wasn't a thing, it's like you are different at different ages, and you have a different understanding and empowerment at different ages. Even if I felt powerless or in danger, like, I would have just different ways of thinking of getting out of that situation. Whereas back then, I just, a lot of times I remember just so many, there was other times when I felt like, well, I must have asked for it, or I should want this. Like, not that instance, but there was another instance with someone that I wasn't even on a date with. I was actually, you know, waiting for someone else, and I thought they were just a good friend, and it was a mutual friend. But no, they drove me out somewhere else, and I can't believe how lucky I've been with these instances where they didn't get as bad as it could. And again, like, eventually, you know, saying no, you know, was listened to when it really came to things that were, you know, really important. But like, that was even more violating, to be honest, that instance where this person was not even as more powerful than me. But that happened, and I was shaking, and I remember thinking, like, why am I shaking? Like, it must be like something else. Like, I should want this. There's something wrong with me that I don't want to be kissed, that I don't want to be fondled or whatever. Like, I should want this. This is romantic. I should find this romantic or whatever. Even though, like I said so many times, I don't like kissing. I don't want to be kissed. And the person's like, oh, you haven't been kissed, right? Just get. If people don't want to take no, they will not take no. But again, thankfully, even, it never got too far. But you could also argue, what is too far? Then maybe that was too far. So I understand, and I don't give much credit, or, I'm not very much on Kevin's side on this one. I don't think calling Guy Pearce or telling him to grow up, I think that needs to be a grow up kind of thing to be said to him, to Kevin. Yeah, I don't like that part. I actually just like got out of that, but I wonder. Shush. I wonder when that was. It seems like that was just a month ago. So, maybe he didn't grow up that much. Maybe he didn't heal that much, Kevin, if that's true. But yeah, so yeah. And it's messy when you get into the whole thing with media, and you have these interviews, and sometimes you feel like it's your story to tell, and you get in some interviews, and I'm talking like I do interviews, I don't, but you get to feel that it's your story, your right to say it, and maybe it'll help someone, so you're going to be open about it and honest about it or whatever. And I don't know, that one's complicated. I can see it from both sides, but definitely I feel like Kevin's response was not the best on that one. And then also I said, what is with all these documentaries that come out? Because there was another documentary for Army and for Kevin, and now for like the whole Blake thing. And it's like, no one asked for a documentary. At least the Kevin one was after. It was actually after he was found not guilty. And there's a whole thing around there of bad journalism, but I don't know that I would call these documentaries. Why are we calling these documentaries when they're just one-sided and just like churned out like that? They're not actually sat on and thought through and investigated and so forth. That's my 2 cents on that one. I think this is talking about that. So let me pull this one up.
Idea of due process, which was that if a man or woman was tried and found not guilty, that was it. You were not guilty. Do you think that respect for due process has now been lost?
In some quarters. But I have to tell you that, if we put aside the media for a moment, because there is clearly a laziness in actually investigating stories that are printed. But if we just put that aside and we put the sort of Twitter world aside, X side to the side for a moment, I have traveled, Evan and I have traveled. We took this amazing trip a couple of years ago through Europe with backpacks like we were college kids. And we went to 12 different countries around Europe.
Anyways, I think the whole point that I had for this one, there's a few other things in this, but the laziness of investigating. And I think someone else said this at one point. Sorry, this is kind of meshing. Here I was like, oh, it's not going to take more than an hour, and here I am. But yeah, I think that is great to point out, because it's happening a lot. Laziness in investigating, whether it's, you and me sort of, I was going to say, but yeah, content creators or anyone posting things on social media, but even more so, I think the duty of someone in the news media, whether it's like newspapers or news shows or whatever, having like true investigation. And I think it says later, like, you have to, if you accuse someone or something, you have to give them an opportunity to respond and investigate it. Like, it can't be just like you say something, then right, like next minute, next hour, next day, you're already like found guilty just because it was said about you. And I think he did say something. Yeah. On Piers Morgan. Sorry, that was the next thing. I can pull this up. Actually, I have a time thing where he says, he actually praises.
Why did Amazon?
He praises. Is it Ronan Farrow? I think Ronan Farrow, right? Let me pull this up. This actually seemed like it took forever.
In 2017, the Harvey Weinstein investigation, I think, had impact. I think Me Too had impact because the New York Times, its journalists, its editors, Ronan Farrow, and the people he was working with, they investigated those claims for more than a year before they went to print. They were confident at what they had.
Did you know Harvey Weinstein was that guy?
Sure, yeah.
You did?
Yeah, I did a couple movies for Miramax.
But did you know what he was like?
I knew I had a lot of arguments with him, but I didn't know anything about what was going on privately. No, not at all.
People have tried to lump you in with him. How do you feel about that?
I try to understand that people want to resolve things very quickly. And all Evan and I have been working on for a long time is asking people to ask questions.
I'm gonna stop that there. Again, just I'll link it below. I think it's definitely worth listening to the whole thing, even if you end up, not liking Kevin Spacey, not believing him, not agreeing, whatever. But I think he brings up such good points. And yeah, so the whole thing with the Me Too movement and things, I think maybe it took so long because it was maybe more, I mean, who knows? Because according to Candace Owens, he was a scapegoat apparently too. So, who knows anymore? But I think it took more time because it was kind of new. Like, it hadn't been done before, and the normalcy was that you don't believe women, and you wanted, maybe they wanted to make sure that he was like caught, like checkmate kind of thing. But I think that's very important, and unfortunately I don't know that we can go back to that because Trevor Noah even talked about the news, and I see my family always like having the news on. Whenever the TV's turned on and they're there, it's always on the news, unless they're watching one of the TV shows that they watch at night. But to have that news going nonstop, you have to come up with news stories all the time. And then there's this constant sensationalism around, like, it always has to be something dramatic. It always has, and it has to be spoken with so much conviction. The same conviction that I think news stories used to have, except in the past, I think there was a lot more investigating because there was less accessibility. You had to wait for the newspaper the next day or on Sunday or the news hour at a certain time. Now it's just like nonstop. So I think there's also that like catching the story that actually that Taylor, I don't know where that point went, but Taylor Lorenz talked about that. It's like catching that wave, saying something that will shock your audience so you can keep them, or so, you don't get left behind at the very least. I think there is a lot to that too. But I don't know that can change considering where we are and with the technology that we have. But yeah, I think that was a great point for whatever good that is. And I think he had a moment like the other guy, whatever his name, what was his name? John Bernthal. I think he had a moment like that where he wanted probably to say that Harvey Weinstein was a bully, or like he was, yeah. But the way he said it was just a little different. Yeah. Kind of the same thing, right? Like I didn't have a good experience with him, but I didn't see the things that are now alleged. Actually, the other one had more. Then I said something that was a personal note, because I've been going through some things, and starting life over, or starting life period, or whatever. And I had, was it before my last vlog or since, where I was in bed. I went to bed and I just laid down, and I had like literally a minute, maybe 2 minutes of like a breakdown, where I felt like I can't do this. I think I'm broken. I think I am actually broken. Like I'm just not good at life. I'm not good at anything. I'm not, maybe even supposed to be here, kind of thing. Like I am just broken. Other people can do it, can do life, can do work, can do relationships, can do all these things. And I just, for some reason, might be broken. And it's like tearing me up anyways already. And I said, like, if Kevin Spacey can do it, because this is, I'm now going into the themes that I found are similar between these men. But yeah, I said, if he can do it, I can do it, which sounds so ridiculous, but if him, Kevin Spacey and Armie Hammer can get through, and it's not just allegations that were found to be not, they found to not be guilty of, but it's not like they're angels. Neither of them are angels or have claimed to be angels. Like, no, I've never done anything that was like remotely bad in my life, So I think what they were faced suddenly with was these allegations, not feeling that they were true. Kevin Spacey, when he first heard of them, said just very honestly, like, if this is true, I'm so sorry, and I will work on, like, I forget what he was saying. Anyways, he kind of like quasi owned up to, like, took responsibility, not owned up, but took responsibility. Like, I will take responsibility of these things. I did these things that are being alleged of me. So you're confronted with things that you may not know whether or not to believe, because you may not remember, or you don't believe, they're not true. But the whole world believes them against you. And then the other part of it is, like, your life goes away in a way that you can't get a job. And I thought a lot about this. Like, yes, we see these actors and men especially, like, oh, they're untouchable. Like, okay, so, they got a couple of allegations against them, but they're fine. But I love that they speak about how, and I mean, Pierce asked this questions, and I think it's important to talk about this. If they ever thought of, ending their life, and they both said that they had moments where maybe not to the extent Army Hammer actually talks about in detail where he kind of tried almost. And Kevin doesn't say that he had a moment like that, but that it came close, and there were moments when he felt like, you know, he couldn't, it won't get better kind of thing. And I think I I think it's important. I think it's important to like think about that side of things to balance it out. And I think in my terms when I was watching this, I don't know again if I had that moment or not by that point, but I wrote that I've had my moments of feeling hopeless that my life can turn around. Not nearly as much in despair as him, as any of these men, because it wasn't to that extent. But relative, we all have relative problems. It also puts things into perspective. We see these celebrities not only as untouchable, but also as having a lot more security than us, like more safety, like financial safety. Like they'll be fine, they're fine, they have enough money. And they do have, I'm sure they have still, well, he actually may not have more money than me, because at the end of this, he breaks down his home a few months ago went into foreclosure because of the legal bills that he owed and things. And gosh, yeah. So we have this like distorted view of politicians, of celebrities, of anyone, of men, like they, especially anyone who's done something bad to us or we suspect or whatever, that they're okay, they'll be fine. And it's interesting because I don't believe in karma. I think I see so much that I don't think that things come back. I think, I don't know, I haven't seen much of that. But at the same time, I also believe in this, that people are not as strong as we think they are, and they're not as superhuman as we think they are, and they are just like us, no matter if they're like celebrities or CEOs or the person down the street or whatever. And I have actually even said, ironically, actors might have even more insecurity due to the nature of their job and the subjectivity of it. They absolutely depend. I think Armie Hammer was talking about this. Like, as an actor, you depend. Like, as a director, you can make your own movie. Especially now, you more or less you have more control over your jobs as anyone. But actors are completely at the mercy of not just like being hired, but being hired subjectively based on looking the part, sounding the part, whatever, and also the craft and like being a good actor or whatever. So there is a lot of insecurity that we don't actually give them credit for and talk about. But yeah, I thought what else did I write here? Listening to Armie Hammer and Kevin Spacey, what you take away as far as their personal selves, their character, etc. But it's been grounding to see these interviews. Yeah, mainly the Piers Morgan ones. But yeah, as far as like my personal life, like if these men being faced with allegations and also the ghosts that haunt them from their own life, because they're again not completely innocent, as far as like they're not innocent, but like as a wholesome person or whatever, they have their own demons, as people would say. And if they can make it through, and I guess Armie Hammer is a little further along as far as like being okay. Now he has a podcast and everything, but I don't know, where that stands and stuff. So, but if they can come out of this and can be redeemed. And in my eyes, I feel like they have an opportunity to redeem themselves. It's a process, right? It's not like, okay, you got found not guilty, unfortunately. Like, it's a process, because also it's not guilty for the allegations, but it's, like I said, they're not angels either. So, and Kevin Spacey goes more into detail as far as like, yeah, like he behaved appallingly, you know, not to the extent that he was accused, but as far as like consent and stuff, but there was definitely like things that now he knows was not great for the people involved, and he wouldn't do again. So like that stuff haunts them, and I don't have something like that. I don't think I have anything like that in my life, but I have my own things that make me feel very hopeless about life turning around. And yeah. But yeah, if they can do it, I can do it maybe. I don't know. What else do I have here? Yes, another, I mean, it's kind of the same thing that's common with these men is being so low at times, like what I was just saying, like getting to that point of questioning, you know, life and being there and stuff. The same vibe of staying away from other people's scandals. Oh yeah. So this was Kevin's. So Army with Blake Lively and Kevin Spacey with Prince Edward, and he was asked in this interview, as far as like Prince Edward being connected to him and to Epstein. And he goes into like the story of how he's gotten excuse me, pulled into it by the media, but how like there's no story there besides that. He was like, I mean, he kind of threw Bill Clinton on the bus, maybe with his story, that he was like in that general vicinity of these people the one time or something. And I mean, who knows? At the end of the day, honestly, we may never know. But he says that, like, yeah, the same thing. Like, he doesn't know them, and he doesn't want to get roped into that that other scandal, because he has had his fill with his own scandal. And then I wrote my conclusion, but I don't know if this is really it. I said I don't think people should be fired with allegations. I think they should wait at least for strong proof, but ideally for both proof and verdict. Yeah, I think that ties up my thoughts on this. And this came from, I think, them talking about House of Cards. That was like I feel like the first time when he was just like fired. I think the premise of the last season one was going to always be what it was with Robin Wright, but still, even if so, I think he would have made an appearance for sure. I don't know, maybe not. I don't know, but it seems like he was actually fired because of these allegations, and I think, you know, man, woman, whatever, I wouldn't want that to happen to me before I get a chance to prove that I'm innocent or anything, you know. Let that happen. Let that happen. Let that happen. There was a conversation about trial by media that came from, I think, Andy's videos, but I put it under here right now. And I said, the difference between sensationalizing that enters bully territory, like name calling, or that like kind of gossip vibe of like just attacking again, like pointing someone's character flaws out, or like, hey, like that does not match your words or whatever, is different than what did I say? Did I say this here? No. Then like attacking their character, you know? And I think if people can't see the difference as far as like being content creators, if content creators can't see the difference and act accordingly, um, that's not good. But I also think they're probably that way and encouraged. This is an interesting parallel to these men and these powerful people that you get praise. You know, there's the conversation around Blake that she gets told, I think I ate something bad. Sorry, my stomach just started really hurting and I feel like I'm about to like get fainty in a bit, so I might cut this short. But there's talk about Blake Lively getting only what she wants and having yes people around her and all this stuff. And I think content creators don't see that they have the same experience, because when you do this and you have your followers, yes, sometimes you have followers that are like, hey, I don't like what you said about this, or like, they challenge you. But I think people follow for a reason, and you have trolls in the comments and so forth. But I think if you click follow, people have like hundreds and tens of thousands of followers. Those people don't hate you. They're going to like, yes, there are somewhat yes people, somewhat. And if we don't like someone, we unfollow them, right? So I think there's this hypocrisy in a way when it comes to that. The fact is that content creators are also surrounding themselves with yes people, just like we also are surrounding ourselves with content that confirms our bias, through the algorithm. And although sometimes, and some people say that actually it might be even different, because the algorithm will want to like give us what will make us like hate and be angry so we can reply and engage and whatever. So yeah, I have felt that way at a time or two, and life will, oh, thank you, and did turn around. Now I feel blessed and thankful, but I never gave up and kept moving forward to be in this place where I'm happy to be here. That's really nice, and I feel like it's encouraging, or also that it's easier said than done, after you've lived through it and you are on the other side. And when you're living through it, I'm sure you can probably understand from your personal times. It's, you do have moments like, yes, people say this, but like, is it? Yeah, life does turn around. Yeah, I think someone said at one point something along the lines of that, like, if you live long enough or you wait long enough, the good becomes bad and the bad becomes good. Like, it's always cyclical and always the, up and down. So, yeah, for whatever that was. But yeah, it goes both ways, I guess. But change is constant kind of notion. But I appreciate you sharing, or like, your message of support, Maria. Yeah, it's hard. And with that, like, I do feel for these people as people, whether it's Blake or Kevin or Army or Justin or whoever, and however you see them. When you boil it down to like people being people, yeah, it's hard. And that's, I guess, maybe where I'm coming from as far as like content creator bullying. And because I was talking about the yes people, and you get this like high off of engagement and of people like cheering you on. I feel like that's so relevant and prevalent. Like, wow, I can't speak. Wow. When it comes to content creators, because unlike like journalists, I will say this, unlike the journalists of the past at least, you don't, like in the past when you had someone write for a newspaper or even like on TV, they wouldn't get the instant likes and views and comments and responses, and they might have gotten letters and things, but there's still so much buffer time in between that. It's not instant, and it's not maybe even that massive, because you're on to the next story and whatever. There, even if it's very similar, it's very different at the same time. But now we get, like with lives, with streaming, it's even more instant. You see that you have like however many people watching or however many views, or like you see the chat and you see what people are saying, and it's instant. And so I felt in my little world here with you guys, I felt my moments where I got like fired up, and then even more fired up, or more like I had permission to get more fired up because I saw you guys kind of saying the same things that I was saying. And so I was like, yes, and I'll double down on that. I felt that. And again, it's really interesting to experience this on such a small scale, because I think, at least for me, I'm able to like really like, ooh, notice the moments. But if I would have like had exploded to like tens of thousands of people overnight, and which some people do overnight, and like chats that keep going and all this stuff, then I may not have noticed. I don't know. Maybe not. I don't know. Maybe it's just a person thing. But it's really definitely cool to notice that and to like ponder it and observe that phenomenon. And I got really sidetracked. Oh my gosh, it just escaped me. Anyways, pausing before condemning or defending was my next thing. Oh yeah, the bullying and stuff. Like, I think it's really important for all of us, whether it's like we're public or semi-public, we're live, or you guys, the private viewers, or just even anyone in their general life, to scan kind of all the time, regularly, for moments where we might overdo something, attacking someone, or like going hard on someone's character or on what they did, or maybe accused of doing, maybe they did or didn't, or to us or anyone else. Yeah, taking that pause moment or that scan, maybe at the end of the day, or at the beginning of the day, or in the middle of the day, or like once a week or whatever. It's like, did I, go too far at any point? Am I like riding the wave of that's entering bullying territory at this point, because I'm just really doubling down and really putting this person down and, attacking their character? For any Christians out there, there's actually, I forget where I read this, but somewhere, was speaking about the 10 Commandments, and thou shalt not kill being one of them, and how that's not just like the physical ending of someone's life, but also through character assassination. And I thought that was like a very interesting point, because I think wherever I read this, it was doing a much better job than I can do, especially right now, in explaining it. But yeah, I'll just leave that there and like share it. Because I think, and if you're not Christian, I'm not Christian, but I think that's still a very valid moment. Like, keep that in your thoughts. Like, ponder that, meditate, pray, whatever you do. Sit on that, really dive into that. And that's like, I guess, where I'm coming from as far as like when I've spoken about content creators, and what we should be careful with doing when we go overboard with that. like it's again, there's a difference between like joking and whatever, being lighthearted, like oh, look at this person, what they said, and then like doubling down and tripling and quadrupling down and just like getting to really ugly sentiment and words and calling people names. Like what was, I don't even know, was Blake the Snake one? Probably not. I was watching I was watching 90 Day Fiance with all the snake comments, but things like that. Yeah, Plantation Barbie, that was like a name, and like saying it once can be like, oh, funny, interesting. That's an interesting thing to say, and then just like changing her name into that, I think is like not okay, if that makes sense. No worries. It is hard. Life is full of challenges, and I truly believe everything happens for a reason, even if we don't understand at the moment. Yeah. I don't know that I believe that anymore, that everything happens for a reason. I used to have that same thought. I don't know, and I think coming from that, to me sometimes is starting to sound more like, and I don't think that's how you mean it, and it's not always that way, but sometimes when we say that as humans, we basically start making the world revolve around us kind of sentiment. And I don't think that's how you're intending it, or how you're thinking of it, or how many times that is expressed. But when I think of that, I've started feeling that way a little bit, like, everything, like as if life is protecting us from something or not, or whatever. But yeah, I don't know. So because sometimes I feel like maybe life is random, and who knows, I don't know. I think probably at my core I will always believe something like that, though. I think I was born into believing in fate, both like, I think culture, like socially, like what movies were about or whatever, and also like the technical religion I was technically born into, even though like we didn't go to church or all that stuff, but like it shaped the culture around me, because the culture around me was mainly that religion, which was Christian Orthodox. And yeah, I just recently found, like, understood that we believe in predestination, fate. Oh, it's late. Oh, yeah. So, just a couple of last notes here. The fact is, whether in media or in personal life, accusations matter and should matter and hold a certain amount of weight. They shouldn't hold all the weight, but some of it, yes. And sadly, once accused without a very clear and public defense that is irrefutable, the accusations will be on you through others' perspectives forever. So, like, the accusations towards Kevin Spacey, and that's, why people are fighting, and we're fighting so much for Justin Baldoni, because it's like, it's not just like you accuse this person and it goes away. Like, if this isn't true, it wouldn't matter, because it will be on them for the rest of their life. And yeah, and like I said, it shouldn't, the allegations should matter. It should give pause, but it shouldn't be the only thing. It shouldn't become truth if it's not truth. Life is not fair, like you were saying, like, oh, life is full of challenges. It is hard. Life is not fair. So much going on in the world, in our own country, that shows life is not fair. Bad guys winning, good guys losing, or are voiceless, etc. It doesn't mean to be hopeless. Look at that. This is how I'm still here, because my brain's like, one moment like, oh my gosh, life is over, like, this is hopeless, I'm not going anywhere, life is never going to be any better, blah blah, blah. And then literally in the same, I don't think I wrote this in the same day, but maybe even in the same hour, It doesn't mean to be hopeless, to give up, to not speak up, etc. It means to not be. It means to be prepared for that fact that we do not live in a utopia. Look at this. I'm so like philosophical tonight. That's like my happy place philosophy. I meant it will lead us to make decisions that will shape our course in life. We learn from our past and try to choose a better way. Yeah. Yeah. Ideally, hopefully. Yes. I definitely can see why some people hold so tightly on their grip. Oh, this is what I was saying on Blake Lively being in the right in the face of proof that she's not. As far as like, the reactions to the Russell Brand thing on Andy's channel. Yeah, so I already talked about that. Man, what is happening? Like I'm suddenly not feeling good. And I would understand if this would be yesterday. I had so many scallops yesterday. My mom laughs at me right now so hard, and like because I had so many scallops. So many scallops. But yeah, I kind of want to like TMI warning. You know, cover your ears if you don't like talks about this. But like I'm feeling sick, and I'm feeling like I might want to throw up. Like it's really weird, but not yesterday. Today, I don't think I got like food poisoning or whatever. That would already have happened, right? I hope so. But I just don't feel good. I also ate just weird today. Did I? I don't even know. I had a lot of coffee. I think. I don't know. Just not feeling good. I wanted to mention that I'm proud to be a Oanadi Squad Patreon member officially. Oh, yay. Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh. Didn't get to anything. I'll leave, Blake Lively and stuff for tomorrow or Wednesday. Wednesday, I have my first class in person, so we'll see. But yeah, speaking of that, I was just talking about this morning on Dave Neal's Patreon member only, whatever, like side shows. I was talking to someone like being unemployed. I wish that I was lazy. And by lazy, I mean I wish that I would actually be taking care of myself more, because I have been going nonstop, and I feel like I've also not done anything like with Patreon and social media, with this YouTube, trying to come up with videos or like a kind of an ecosystem of stuff to like I don't know. Sometimes even with topics, like I don't do the research that I set out to do, and I open all these tabs, and I get overwhelmed or something. I need to, like, I take too long, and I need to go leave it, and then I come back, and it's or whatever. Like I don't know what I'm saying, but like so much. I feel like I'm going nonstop. But and this is like, I think, fed into my hopelessness feeling. It's like, but when you look at it, I feel like from the outside you see nothing or nothing much, and I know you guys like who have been here, you're not the first creator. I had one run out during the live too. Really? Not tonight, right? There's some weird thing going on, but just like in general. I don't know which one I want to be true, actually. Oh, no. I mean, it happens when you're like, doing lives and you're streaming. Things will happen if you're doing it enough. But yeah, I don't know what I was thinking. Oh yeah, because yeah, like yes, like it's I'm on here pretty regularly, and we're on here, and some are like awesome days, some are party days, some are like more quiet days, or like maybe boring or headache inducing, like that one night. But generally, I'm pretty regularly here and blah blah. But yeah, like I feel like that's such a small contribution that I could be doing, not just here and for you guys, but also here and for you guys, and also just more. Like I'm not doing enough. And yet at the same time, I feel like I'm running like a chicken with its head cut off. Sorry, TMI and delay. I've not seen that, and I hopefully never will, and no one will see that per se. But that's the saying, and that's how I feel. I feel like I'm constantly nonstop going. When I get off of the lives, I go over to my bed, and sometimes I want to keep going. At the beginnings, I was like watching, all these other videos and doing all this research into the night. And then that I kind of got burnt out on. But then I watch Will Trent, or I watch whatever to kind of like wind down, or because that's like the cozy time, And then I go to bed pretty late, sometimes not. But yeah, during the day I wake up and it's constantly like I'm not enough, I'm not doing enough, I've not earned even the nothing that I have. As far as like, because I don't have my own place, I don't have really money. I have unemployment somewhat, but I don't really have much. I don't I don't feel like I'm doing enough, if that makes any sense. And so like it's I don't know where I was going with that, but that's what was happening. No worries. I meant that I will support you and your channel. I just want to show support. You're doing awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you. I feel pretty good about today. I wish that every day I felt like I felt today. I felt I don't often feel clear-minded, even though I got tongue-tied and stuff throughout. But I felt like energized, and I felt pretty like fluid with what I was saying. And I wish that for one, that was more, more the case every time. And it's weird because sometimes I feel like that's how it's going to be. I'm like here excited, turn on the camera, and then it does not go that way. Or sometimes the opposite. Tonight, I think it was kind of the opposite. I was like, oh my gosh, I don't know how I'll talk. Like, I'll probably not do a great job. But yeah, I appreciate that. And I know I have to also be, I was going to say to have grace and be patient with myself, but I'll say something else. To be the person that I would, what am I trying to say? Sometimes I have overly high expectations of myself. I have high expectations of others for sure. But I definitely have high expectations of me, whether higher or just as high. I think that in a way I have higher because I feel like I will be more willing to support others. Like I've been on YouTube, I follow people even if I don't really like their channel or whatever, just because I want to support them. And because I also know how hard it is. Not so much because I know when you have that heart that you want to do something, you want to create something, and I think when I'm on Lauren's lives, for example, and she's like, oh my gosh, guys, I really need to go to the restroom. I don't know if any of you were there that one night. It might have not been just one night, but I was there one night only when that happened, where like she left and had to go to the bathroom, and like it seemed like we were all understanding, but I for sure definitely was like, not a big deal. It gives me a little break to like go get some water or go to the bathroom myself or whatever. Like, I don't mind, I'll leave the the YouTube video on, and we'll be back when we'll be back. So it's easier for me to give grace to others, and not even give grace, but just like others. And it's harder to do that for myself. I feel like I definitely, yeah, I'm not enough. So I appreciate, Maria, all that you're saying tonight, and all of you guys that have been so supportive, and just, I have to kind of, I know in the back of my mind, like, there are people out there, just like I like people for no real, like, crazy reason, just because I like them, because it happens that I like them, or even if we don't agree, like, but I like their personality or something, there are people like that with me. There has to be, right? And you guys have been here like that. But I do feel like part of my, like, attachment style is like, but that will end. You guys will, like, eventually leave. So there's like that, I think, in the back of my mind or subconscious. And again, I think it goes back to, like, having that, like, I have to earn it. I have to earn support and love, and it's like disproportionate to how I show up for others. Like, others don't need to earn my love. I more than give my love. I overgive my love sometimes. And sometimes maybe they shouldn't have to earn it a bit. And like, yeah, like, that's kind of, I don't know, I'm just going all over the place. But yeah, I'll just, like, zoom through, like, a quick summary of the things that I haven't covered that I'll cover next time. Mainly because, and another, I mean, it ties exactly to what I've been saying, but I put out this awesome, I like it, apparently not many people who see it like it or are interested, thumbnail. I love my thumbnails, generally, not all of them, but yeah, generally I love them. I would click on them, But yeah, I put this thumbnail, and I was excited to cover all these things, and I just want to, like, share. And I also shared it. I don't know if anyone else responded. I shared with Lauren and Dave and Kirsty and Andy. There's let me pull it up just to, like, quickly show. Did I talk about the TikTok ban? I think I kind of covered that. But on the Blake Lively side, there's this video.
Do you really want to spend the rest of your life?
No, I don't. I don't want to spend the rest of my life watching this ad. Thank you. Bye. Let me pull this up. So this video, Ophie Dokie, pretty cool name. I don't know. I have not been able to sit and watch one of her videos entirely. I found her because I was trying desperately at one point to look at the other side. Who is out there that's not supportive of Justin but is supportive of Blake. And where am I going? And I found her, I came across her, and then put her out of my mind because it was not good. And also she, oh yay, for any Bachelor fans, Michelle Young is so happy. Oh my gosh. Bridal, she's getting married. Oh, anyways, okay, sorry, focus, concentrate. Also through Jersey, because she did a video on her, and I'm just, like, so over. I don't know, it just feels really weird to target Jersey of all people. But anyways, haven't been able to sit through one of these videos, but excuse me, this one, I have to say, I came here late. I don't know what I just said that you said that to, Maria. I'm sorry. I have to say with this video, though, I want to cover it because she has some good receipts. And basically, because I sent this, and Lauren's the only one who responded to this, saying that she covered the lawsuit, and it's not about the screenplay lawsuit with 5 Feet Apart. This is about the marketing. And I will say that she brings some good receipts. Of course, this is like my personal bias. Like, I don't want anything bad about Justin. And she brings some good receipts that do not make Justin and or Wayfarer look good. As far as the marketing of 5 Feet Apart versus the marketing of It Ends With Us, I think that we saw receipts from Justin and Wayfarer right now, as far as It Ends With Us, that Ryan Reynolds' marketing team was involved, was called upon, whatever. As far as how to market, there are interesting correlations that do not look good. And I'll quickly give some things, because I mean, when I started, she has this and she put it in this way. I'm like, well, that's not a receipt. I went, and there is another, like, gosh, I don't even, do I have it? Maybe I don't have it. Maybe I don't have it. There is a screenshot, because I was like, oh, how convenient that these, what do you call these? Posts were taken down, and who writes like ad? Well, this person did screenshot. This was one of the influencers that was, I guess, requested to advertise 5 Feet Apart. And this was, ad, hanging with my grandparents for his 94th birthday. Okay, anyways, English. When 5 Feet Apart film asked to partner with me, it's the new romantic drama starring Cole Sprouse and Haley Lu. Sorry, I don't know who she is. I thought about how distance separates me from the people I love in my life. And blah, blah, blah. Anyways, so basically she kind of goes over how, I mean, it's really close, guys. It's really, really close. And the thing is, I do want to cover this, because I am not here to just be pro Justin and put my blinders on. And I don't think that this necessarily has anything to do as far as the allegations being not true. I think that's a whole different topic, and it says nothing about that. But I think it's fair, because, I mean, she does bring some good freaking receipts. The way that they went about this marketing, all of these ads, similar ads, were taken down since. There was an apology supposedly that wasn't, and I even tried to look for it, and it wasn't. And there was some other things. I don't know. I don't remember right now. I'll talk about it tomorrow. But yeah, and just the whole movie and the whole thing, that it seems that he's, Justin is consistently making these types of movies, and he's also kind of early on in his career as far as like making movies. Yeah, so I don't know, but yeah, I mean, I hate to say this, but I can't wait to talk about this, because I have a lot of notes on this. So in that sense, I can't wait to talk about it. Yeah. And I said, since I see my presence in life and on here to be one that is fair and doesn't villainize or excuse away things that don't match my point of view, or my point of view, I want to cover this. And I actually was able to sit through this whole video. At the end, I think that there's a bridge there's a gratuitous ending to this video that makes zero sense to me. There's a bridge she doesn't like bridge, but besides that, yeah. And there's also things that I have as far as criticism for the video too. Side note, did you know the dislike of men or hatred of men, like the hatred and dislike of women, is misogyny? There is one for men too. Misandry. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right, but yeah, misandrist is a person who hates men. misogynist, a person who hates women. Fun fact right there. But anyways, so that was like one thing. And then Taylor Swift making up with Blake. I'm just going to like quickly say it here. I mean, I don't even have the words right now for this. I don't even know if I'll find the words. I need to hear more, but like it's just kind of like it makes me think again. Everyone just like jumping, and I kind of jumped on there eventually because I'm like, oh, people are saying it and it's enough said that okay, I'm starting to believe that maybe Taylor maybe is a victim of Blake, or even if not, like she has, more sense. Yeah. Who knows what to believe about this, honestly, right now. But I think it was this one that says, like, it goes into, it was important to Blake to be on good terms with Taylor. Again, with Taylor. Like, no duh. That doesn't mean that it was from the heart. That doesn't mean because she loves her. But anyways, it was never her intention to hurt Taylor or cause any harm to their friendship. Blake missed their friendship, and she hopes they can put this whole thing behind them. Blah, blah. The source says that Swift appreciated Lively's apology and felt it was genuine and heartfelt. Taylor has no hard feelings and is ready to move forward. Okay, so I'll say a couple of things to this. One, Candace Owens is now saying that Ryan Reynolds is the one that wrote the text about the dragons, blah, 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 because there's like this, like, Wrexham, whatever. I think my friend or her husband was at the last game because, they're European, so soccer. But yeah, so he is apparently or was obsessed with Game of Thrones. And supposedly Blake didn't see it. I don't know if she saw it or didn't see it. I know I saw it really quickly at the end of the whole thing. I saw it in like not even a month. I think 2 weeks. I saw the whole series in 2 weeks. I was burned out and hated it at the end. And I could have cared less about the ending at that point because I was like, I'm just ready. I'm just watching this. I'm just like, when you're like just, throwing food down your throat just because, I don't know, because you just want it to end. That's a terrible analogy. That makes no sense. But yeah, so my thought with that is like, that's kind of ridiculous. However, when I'm reading these things, it seems like there's a new story that wants to be had, to exist, which is that Blake somehow is like, just like, oh, like she didn't want to hurt Taylor. She was, like maybe like, she was not a victim maybe, but like she was misled or whatever. She didn't say a comment with ill will or whatever. I'll also say that maybe Taylor Swift would take hard offense to this. And I know people get on this whole dragon thing, and I never understood why that is such a terrible thing to say. I would not be offended if I would have a best friend that I would, go to all the lengths that a friend should go to like have her back. I would not feel offended to be called her dragon. I feel that was stupid, but and I didn't really even speak about that. I was like, oh wow, that's not a great thing to say or whatever. Like, whoa. And I understood why people made that comment and why Taylor Swift might have an issue with that, being that she's Taylor Swift and she is, as big as she is, and she's all about like empowerment and women and, her being not victimized or whatever. So I get that. I don't know, but I feel like something's just, not adding up. And I don't like the sound of this news. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. I don't like it. It doesn't sound genuine, either that they were not friends to begin with or that they are friends now. Something about it does not add up, and I don't like it. That's where I stand with this piece of news. Yes, it's used a lot on X when you don't agree to what that. Oh, okay. well, I guess that makes sense that the misandrist or whatever, I already forgot the word. It makes sense that it's used on X when you don't agree to what that person is saying. Blake mentioned it in an interview. She never watched Game of Thrones. Her husband was the one into it, and it would make her upset with him. Yeah. Yeah. But doesn't mean in all these years that she hasn't watched it. And also, that if he was obsessed, and he probably, because you're saying that she was upset with him, he probably talked about it all the time. So it's not like she didn't understand the concept or whatever. Maybe not entirely. Like maybe she didn't know the end of Khaleesi. I didn't know, and I watched it. I don't know how I feel yet. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's too early for us to feel anything, because this is fed from one camp or another, or both, and I don't know. And it's like one of those things where it's a great lesson for all of us to, like, it's okay for us to not have an opinion yet. I don't have an opinion. I know something doesn't feel right. Something doesn't feel right. And it's really hard. It doesn't make sense, because on one hand, like, people are saying, well, she supported Selena Gomez. Suddenly, she's friends with her again after they've been like estranged or whatever. And then she's not supporting Blake, who is fighting like the feminist fight that Taylor speaks so much about. So that's something. So it's just not adding all up. What is going on? And it could be that humans are messy, and all of this is like real life. Real life is not really like a movie. Oh my gosh, that's the best song. My Crazy Ex-Girlfriend, best songs ever. But also, life is not a movie or something. Oh, I forget the words or anything. I need to like sing this to you. Because I don't think I can play it. Shoot. What is that song? Wow. It's worth it. It's worth it if you don't know it. Hold on. I don't know that my singing is worth it. I don't think that part is worth it, but the song itself, maybe I'll play it, because I'm not monetized anyways. I just don't want to be, taken down. Yeah, so this is the end of the movie. Whoa, whoa, whoa. My voice is like, are we sure we want to sing? But real life isn't a movie. No, you want things to be wrapped up neatly the way that stories do. I don't even remember the melody. I'm sorry. I don't remember the melody. You're looking for answers, but answers aren't looking for you. I thought it was the best line. Because life is a gradual series of revelations that occur over a period of time. It's not some carefully crafted story. It's a mess, and we're all gonna die. If you saw a movie that was like real life, you'd be like, what the hell was that movie about? It was really all over the place. Life doesn't make narrative sense. Okay, that was my terrible rendition. Definitely watch that. I'll link that below for sure. I love those. They're like just the best songs. But yeah, so maybe that's like what's happening with Taylor Swift and Blake Lively. I was saying like, oh, I'll just cover these. I'll talk more in depthly about that. But yeah, maybe it's true that like, they fought, they didn't appreciate all the stuff, and now they're back. I'll say that I also find suspicious the whole like, oh, Taylor is staying away from her friends, not because she wants to, but because she doesn't want to rope them into the legal drama. I'm like, what do they have to do with it? What do they have to do with it? They're not going to get deposed. Again, I said this before, and maybe I'm wrong, but it's like, it's not like 15 degrees of separation over here. They're not going to get deposed because they're friends with Blake Lively. They're going to be, deposed if it's something very specific to Blake. Did I say Blake Lively? To Taylor. Did I say Taylor Lively? I don't know what I said. But yeah, I think that is just a coincidence because she is in this new relationship. They're finally like off season, both of them. She's not on tour. He's not playing for now. And so I think it's not because of this. I think it's because of, them wanting to be together and being kind of in that love bubble obsessive moment. So yeah. Oh, I did find the Taylor Lorenz thing. It was under the Blake Lively stuff. I don't know why. And the Jed Wallace health condition thing. Oh my gosh, it's not. The hypocrisy's gonna get you, hopefully, because here she is wanting, things to be kept attorney's eyes only, and literally talking about medical records, and then outs Jed Wallace's medical condition. What the heck was that about? And then yeah, the TikTok ban. I just was saying like the social media control. I don't even know what I meant by that at this hour. It's the same thing. Yeah. So controlling the social media is what I meant. Arena, next time write a little clearer. Same as like Japan doesn't take our cars, Asia doesn't buy our rice. And I said, do we even make rice? And let me show you that no, I don't know now. I don't even think that we make rice right now. But the history of rice from riceassociation.org.uk. It is impossible to pinpoint exactly when mankind first realized that rice plant was a food source and began its cultivation. But many historians believe that rice was grown as far back as 5,000 years BC. They excavated in India. Discovered rice which could be dated 4,530 BC. However, the first recorded mention originates from China in 2,800 BC. And so, why do we need American rice? This is the stupidest thing. How can I even say that? There's so many things like that. I don't know if it's the stupidest thing, but like, it's just the stupidest thing. This is where I was saying, like, we don't need a country ran as a stupid organization because companies suck. They don't run things well and correctly and efficiently and profitably. The end. That's my soapbox. To do that, you would need teamwork. You would need exactly what globalization has been, which is, each person has their strength. You play to your strength, and then you complement each other. One person will never be able to do, and one country and whatever will never be able to do everything. And this whole thing that like, oh, America does a lot and gives a lot, and other countries give what they have a lot and all this stuff. Like, just shut up. And it's the same thing as Blake Lively stealing movies and all that. It's the same thing. The whole idea of trying to control something, like, parents that haven't done the work and don't really know how to parent, and it's not necessarily their fault. But that whole like parenting mindset of like, just do something because I tell you so, because you don't know how to, actually educate the child and actually, have them understand and like, go, to that length. And instead you're just like powerless, honestly, instead of being empowered as a parent. And that's like the whole thing with like the tariffs and like banning social media, this and that and whatever. It's like trying to control as if we're stupid. We're not stupid. We might be ignorant, but we have the ability to not be ignorant if we're actually shown more and taught to be discerning. But that's not what people really want. So, yeah. Wait, what was the applause for? Exactly. I think depositions are going to be surprising so much we don't understand. Yeah. But I'm curious what was the applause for? I want to have applause. I want to be like, "Yay." But yeah, so they didn't break up. Wait, who? Oh, the singing. No, that's too kind. Um, who didn't break up? Who did I talk about? Break up. Wait a minute. Who broke up? Who did I say break up? Taylor Swift? Was it that Taylor Swift was breaking up with what's his name? What? Did I miss something? That's the only one I can think of that really, really upset me with Blake. I don't remember what that was about either. Darn it. I did not know that. I mean, I think I heard something like a bit ago, but last I saw, like, no. It says it's a trend. But yeah, I remember oh, the medical records. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. No, that was so bad with the medical records. Like, I mean, seriously. I mean, what you just said. What the F? I probably would say the actual word. Yeah. I mean, it's just so screwed up. So screwed up. So, yeah. 5 hours ago, I'm not seeing anything. And then so up upstairs with spend time. Pudge bucket? Bucket. Is this British? Yeah, it's from the UK. He must do now or be dumped. He betrayed her. Is there a story to this? What are you, Daily Mail? Oh, subscribe. Everything subscribe. Well, too bad. I'm not going to, but all right. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, there's stories where it says that they're spending time together. That's what I was reading. So, I don't know. For some reason, I think they'll like get married and be together. I don't know. I feel like, they're both like, I guess he's from Ohio. My ex actually met him. Like, what did he say? That he played beer pong with him or something in college or high school or something. Anyways, I didn't know. He doesn't look like an Ohioan. But yeah, he's from Ohio. She's from Pennsylvania. So, like, Midwestern Americans, after she's been with all these UK people, UK guys, which sometimes I think like they were too good for her, but it could go either way. I don't know. Harry, I think, was not that great. I don't know. Whatever. But yeah, after that, like, I think it makes sense, and they were like kind of introduced by friends and family and all this stuff. So I don't think they'll break up. If they break up, maybe it'll be like a one of those breakups where like cold feet type of thing, like, oh, this is too good or whatever, or you get to that power struggle and then they'll get back together. But that's like just my personal opinion. I don't know. Who knows? No idea. No idea. And also she's like quite older. I don't know. I thought she would marry Tom Middleton. Hiddleston, what is his name? Middleton. I didn't think that, but yeah. Right, that was like I always say that there's sometimes two guys that look the same. And it's oh gosh, Timothy Chalamet and the guy who's with Zendaya. Don't know his name. That was Spider-Man, which already bothers me because there's only one Spider-Man, and that's Tobey Maguire. Tom Hiddleston. Tom Hiddleston and Michael Fassbender to me are like the same person. Just like Timothy Chalamet and whatever his name is. But yeah, I don't. She was so young. I wouldn't. I disagree. I didn't think that. I also wasn't like a fan of hers back then, so I maybe if I was, I would have been like more into the know of it. But just by the looks, the photos and stuff, like I didn't think there was any way it was even serious. I thought it was a publicity stunt or something, or like I don't know. I didn't think it didn't look serious to me. But yeah, I don't know. He's so much older. I don't know. I keep saying like it's so weird. I cannot imagine dating someone older than like max 2-3 years than me. It just feels like dating my dad or like a dad because I have kind of two dads and just really one, but whatever. Going into all of that. So yeah. Yeah, now I want to listen to Taylor Swift music. I don't like her as a person. I've not liked her as a person ever, honestly, even when I was like a pretty big fan of her music the last couple of years. I never liked her as a person. I don't know. I always felt there was like just she's not very open and honest, So I don't like that and I don't trust that. I need to trust hello fearful avoidant attachment style. Like you can't just like be whatever. I need to be able to trust you. And so yeah, and I think there's been quite a lot of hypocrisy as far as like, oh, I'm such a good person, but then doing things that were not quite in line with what she was preaching. And I'm not talking about like relationship wise. My thoughts on her have nothing to do with like relationship related. Like with the one guy from the 1975, like didn't really care either way. Yeah, I don't think I did. And yeah, I don't know. I think some really good music came out of that, and not cool. But yeah, as far in that moment, I didn't care. But yeah, now I do kind of I like her music. Some of it, Reputation onward. Lover was the first time that I liked. Was it around this time? No, no. This was Reputation, right? I don't think of her at all. Yeah. I hate that she didn't release Reputation Taylor Swift version or whatever, right? She didn't. I think I would have known even under my rock. That's the last one that she has to release, I think, and I don't like that. I don't like that. Yeah, that's the other big thing. I hate the marketing. Like I just don't like being manipulated, and I don't like being manipulated, and I don't like when there's a peer pressure to want, like, why don't you want to be manipulated, Arena? That peer pressure of like that I'm doing something unimaginable by not liking that. Just like I can't believe that happens. Like, what are you on, people? Swifties, what are you on? What are you on? So yeah, and the other part where someone said that she was better, like Edgar Allan Poe can't hold a candle to her poetry writing or whatever. I'm like, okay, all right, yeah, all right. There's the delusion. There's like that line crossing. Like this probably is like a teen or 20-year-old or something that probably didn't even read an Edgar Allan Poe poem. Yeah, it's too much. It's too much. She's not that good. She's amazing. She's amazing. She's really good and she's amazing. I also have I do have my doubts of her being by like just her. Like if I don't know that she's a genius. I think she's good, but I don't know because it's that like how can you tell when everything's so controlled with the marketing? how can you tell that it's actually the person's craft and the actual person's skill when everything's so crafted to look a certain way? You can't tell, and that's what bothers me. Like, I think she's a really good writer and a really good songwriter, but I don't know. And I also know, like, working on this song that I'm working on now, it's my second song, and I know that I know what a producer can do that, you know, is not just her. And I feel like, you know, it's fair. I don't know. I don't know that she's a genius to the level that people are saying. Like, she's like by herself has built this whole empire, and her music is that like just beyond anything and anyone. I think there's like artists that are potentially even better that we probably don't even know or barely know about. Can't think of anyone now, but for some reason Halsey came to mind, and I haven't even listened to her songs. But I don't know. Once you get into the marketing, it's like I can't trust that you're actually as good as the marketing makes me feel like I should feel that you are. You know, and it's sad because if that's not true, if it's not just the marketing, it's sad. It's doing the person a disfavor. It's like there's a cutoff line, I feel like, where marketing is too much, and you should, you know, maybe think of like marketing should be about getting yourself in front of people and you know, having like having people have accessibility to your brand, to whatever you're doing. You know, people need to see you to decide whether to like you or not. But it's definitely you know, I forget what, speaking of documentaries, I was watching that spoke about the origins of marketing, from like, you know, the concentration camp stuff. So yeah, why did I ever go into marketing? This is why, like, when you're young and dumb, you know, and you just see what you see, and then you don't see the depth. You see the top of the iceberg, and you don't see the iceberg. You don't see that you're so not a fit, that, you know, your values and morals are completely in opposition with this thing, sometimes or all the time. And yeah, and also what it actually is and all the stuff. And yeah, anyways. Only heard some of her earlier songs, "You Belong to Me," "Love Story," etc. earlier. Yeah, that's like that's the era that I don't like, because it just felt like catty. I never could relate to that person, that girl. Not when I was that young, not when I grew older, not now. So that one's like the one that I didn't like, but I definitely knew the songs because they were playing all the time. But yeah, I loved Lover because it came at the same time that I felt the same way in my relationship, I guess. And I understood, like, The Archer was like, whew, that moved me. I was like, oh my gosh, this is me. Oh my gosh. And then, like, I learned about Reputation after that, and I saw, whoa, these are nice songs. And it reignited my songwriting in a different way by those two albums, listening to them, especially listening or watching the like behind the writing or whatever clips that she released around Reputation. So, you know, she will always have a special place in my heart because she got me back to songwriting. And I didn't leave at that time. Recently, I've left, and I'm wanting to go back, but I'm not seeing the path back to my songwriting. But back then I hadn't like abandoned songwriting, but it opened a new door to it for me. And so yeah, I will always like have a soft spot in that sense for her and her music and stuff. But yeah, anyways, wow, we got into Taylor Swift. But yeah, just when I was kind of like, okay, maybe she's safe to trust, there's this piece of news. It's like, okay, back to she's not probably persona grata because, you know, persona non grata, whatever. Anyways, wow, it is. It is. We're late, but I'm having so much fun. But yes, I will leave now, and hopefully we'll get enough sleep, and good sleep. And yeah, thank you for being here. I want to come back tomorrow and finish the other ones, because Lord knows, Love Actually song popped into mind. God only knows the na 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 na. I don't know the lyrics, but anyways, yeah, Lord knows that. I probably, if I wait until Wednesday or Thursday, I will have too many other things again, and yeah, so I will try to be live, but you don't have to be live necessarily, you guys, but I will try to do another video tomorrow and finish the other ones, like the Ophie Dokie one, because I think that's interesting, and also because I shared it with everyone, and now, like, I needed to at least mention, like, hey, I was here first. Not that does any good. It does not. But yeah, just for my own, like, you know, mental state, emotional state, like knowing, okay, at least I have proof. It doesn't matter that other people see it ever, but at least I know. But yeah, it's definitely interesting, and maybe I was just, I don't know, maybe I am not seeing something, so I'm curious. That's why I sent it out to the creators that most of us watch, that I follow, and that I think could take a critical eye to it without, you know, I didn't send it to Donna, for example. I sent it to people that have a tendency to be fair, to like actually look at it like, oh, well, this doesn't look good or whatever, because we haven't had much of anything that sheds a negative light on Justin. And you know, I don't think he's that angel either. I'm not saying that he's bad or even that these things are very true. I'm just saying, like, you know, he's human. So I think we've just kind of carved this path for ourselves that's pro Justin, and we're fighting for him. And I still feel rightly so, but it doesn't mean that we need to put blinders up to everything. And I mean, I didn't start this. I didn't want this to be a biased channel. I am curious about any other side. That's why I wanted, you know, to watch other side videos, but it's so hard because it sounds to me, at least, that the Blake side of it has circular arguments, not based in anything but what they want to hear. And I'll talk more about that next time anyways. But, you know, it's like they sometimes put meaning that isn't there, or yeah, something like that. Anyways, so I'll talk about that next time. And yes, also I'm thinking of doing a Discord. Don't ask me why. I'm just like, this is like, I think ADHD meeting entrepreneurial spirit. It's like, oh, I can do that and that and that and that. It's like, and in my mind, it all is like a nice ecosystem and it works together. But again, I have to remember I'm one person and I'm not very skilled at this necessarily. And I am also going through the life moment that I'm going through. And I am not, you know, operating at my optimal energy level or whatever. So, yeah, I don't know. Making it work. We'll see. But anyways, okay. we're closing the shop for the night. And I don't know how to sign off. Except like, hope you have a good night. Oh yeah, and oh my gosh. Before I forget, hold on, let me pull this what's the I'll leave you with this. Also, this needs to go away. Why is this constantly? I don't even know what it is, but I need this to go away. I even was like, I don't want to report it. It's an ad. They have the right to advertise, but like, can I just like say, I don't want to see this. I don't want to see this. We used to be able to like click on any video and say like, I just don't recommend this to me or whatever. But yeah, is this the full song or is this the full song? Yeah, I think it's this one. It has Josh Groban in it.
Movie. Whoa, whoa, whoa. But real life isn't a movie. No, no, no. You want things to be wrapped up neatly, the way that stories do.
Yeah, I can sing along, but it's been a while. Oh my gosh. I could talk about this. I want to watch this show again. It has such great, amazing songs. Anyways, like the villain of my own story or something. Oh my goodness. I need to get a refresher because I'm butchering these names. Okay, cool. Leaving, going to bed. Have a wonderful night, guys. Thank you so much for supporting me. I was going to say indulging me in this because it felt like very like I really enjoyed tonight, and it was I don't know, whatever. So yeah, thank you. I do feel better already. It might be because I ate almost no proteins today, and I may have eaten too much carbs, and so my blood sugar maybe kind of did its thing. But thank you. And one day at a time, yeah. Thank you. Have a good night. Peace, love, and compassion. And I can't think anything else right now. My brain's burned out. Scrambled eggs. Scrambled brains, I guess. I don't know. I enjoy all our lives in that chat that I catch. Oh, sorry. Yeah. I appreciate that. Thank you. I love that because I'm not doing this just for me, for sure, even though it might seem like it. I'm figuring it out. Like, it has to be for all of us, I'm not here just to, like, self-indulge. Because then I wouldn't make lives, honestly. I would just be, like, just doing movies. Who cares who's watching or who's, I wouldn't care. So it's definitely for you guys, too. Oh, and let me know. I should have said this at the beginning, but let me know of anything that you would want me to cover, because I don't know if it was you, Maria, or someone else, but someone was saying that like you'll watch or you'll wait for me to cover the Russell Brand thing, and I was like, oh yeah, like let me know if there's something out there in the news. Definitely let me know if like you're curious about something and you're curious about it coming from me or my opinion, or I hate to say my opinion, but like how I cover something and curious about that or whatever, or you just want to, hear, let me do the research for you or something, or some of it started. So yeah, let me know. And, gosh, I thought court listener at this hour. And yeah, peace, love, compassion. Let me know if there's any topics out there to cover, and about anything. It doesn't have to be celebrity or politics or anything, just anything. And I'll talk to you later, and have a good night. I'm sorry to keep you although like of course you have free will. Yeah, but still, like, I appreciate it.